for the last time in this challenge, sorry, no, for the second last time in this challenge, we are going to sleep during the 7th year, and for the last time, wake up on the 7th year. We will be going to sleep during the 7th year one more time in this challenge, and that's going to be today when we go to sleep, but we're not going to be waking up during the 7th year. We are going to be waking up during the 8th year. Year 8, day 1. And during that year we should have 2 visits to the back dimension, one on day 2, the other on day 22. And we'll have 3 more years to get through. 3 more multiples of 30 days. 90 more days in total. Not a tiny amount by any means, but considering that it started off with us needing to get through 300 days, the fact that there are going to be 90 days left and that we would have already survived for 210 days, it does make 90 days seem not too bad in comparison. When it was the other way around, and we had survived for 90 days and still had 210 days ahead of us, I think it would have been year 4, day 1. I'm not sure which Digimon we had as our partner Digimon, but we still had arena tournaments ahead of us. We possibly still had techniques to learn. But it's no longer 30 days, sorry, it's no longer 90 days down, 210 days to go. It's going to be the other way around, 210 days down, 90 days to go. Year 7 is in the process of becoming a thing of the past. Year 7 is a thing of the past. We have now entered Year 8. 210 days down, 90 days to go. our Digimon is now 210. Our Digimon will need to live to 300. Year 8, day 1, we need to get to year 11, day 1. 3 more years, 90 more days. Very surprised he's refusing. Okay, I just wanted to check that he was really sick, because the fact that he refused with his discipline being so high made me... well, I was very surprised. It made me wonder. I wanted to double check that he was really sick, before scolding him. Because I was thinking, why would he be refusing with his discipline being so high? I suppose his discipline, even though it was very high, it wasn't at the absolute fullest. And for as long as it's not at the absolute fullest, I suppose there is a risk of your Digimon refusing to take an item, even if the risk is minute. I don't know if it works out so that the percentage of how full your discipline is the same as the percentage of the likelihood of your Digimon taking an item when offered. For example, if your discipline is 0% full, then there's a 0% chance of your Digimon taking an item. If your discipline is 100% full, then there's a 100% chance of your Digimon taking an item. If your discipline is 50% full, then there's a 50% chance of your Digimon taking the item. Discipline being 25% full, equaling a 25% chance of the Digimon taking the item. Discipline being 75% full, equaling a 75% chance of your Digimon taking the item. I'm not sure if that's how it works. I mean, it sounds plausible, but that's only a hunch. I'm not basing that on any facts or information. It's only really a hunch. But if it's right, then even if your discipline is 99% full, then I suppose there would still be the 1% chance of the Digimon refusing the item. If we want to take advantage of Analog Man, take advantage of the back dimension, take advantage of Machinedramon, take advantage of the Chain Melon, then I will need to speak to Digimon today at the right time, speak to Digimon once it's late enough, and have him inform us of Analog Man, and then the back dimension will be ours. The items that you can get in the back dimension, they may or may not be ours, depending on whether they respawn. But the back dimension itself will be ours, Machinedramon will be ours, a chain melon will be ours. I think it was this time yesterday when I approached Digimon and had him inform us of the back dimension, but it wouldn't have been until later when I returned to the city after defeating Machinedramon, and I would have then spoke to Digimon and been presented with the chain melon, but it wouldn't have been on this hour, it would have been a later hour. Well, we've gone forward by 2 hours from 11 AM to 1 PM. We are up to 2 PM, almost 3 PM. It is now 3 PM. Digimon is telling us about Analog Man, and it's 3 hours until 6 PM, which is typically the time that Etamon wants to sleep at. I don't know if I would have defeated Machinedramon by then. I don't know if I, will defeat Machinedramon and return to the city and speak to Digimon before 6 PM, before we put Etamon to sleep. But we will either be getting a chain melon today or tomorrow. The first job is to physically get to the back dimension, and like with all of the other times, we're going on foot and we'll try Greylord's mansion first. I am keeping an eye out for items that could be useful. Will it be first time lucky? No. Well, with a virus Digimon, it was always a guarantee that we would be able to enter Greylord's mansion. It was just a question of whether we would be entering Greylord's mansion or entering the back dimension. As a virus Digimon and a non-vaccine Digimon, Etamon wouldn't be able to naturally enter the Ice Sanctuary. But if the Ice Sanctuary is the back dimension, then you can enter regardless of what Digimon you have. Same as if the back dimension is at the Greylord's mansion. Sorry, if the back dimension is at Greylord's mansion, then you can enter with any Digimon. If the back dimension is at the Ice Sanctuary, then you can enter with any Digimon. And then the Ogre Fortress, you can enter with any Digimon regardless of whether it's the Ogre Fortress or the back dimension. Of course, regarding the Ice Sanctuary, even if you don't have a vaccine Digimon, there is the Ice Sanctuary skip, which enables you to enter with any Digimon. I don't think such a thing exists with the Greylord's mansion. Okay, the back dimension is here. Yeah, I don't think there's any glitch. I don't think there's a glitch which enables you to enter Greylord's mansion with a non-virus Digimon. Ah, the items have respawned. I think that in order to... Yeah, I don't think there's a glitch which makes it possible to enter Greylord's mansion with a non-virus Digimon, but there is the glitch which enables you to enter the Ice Sanctuary with a non-vaccine Digimon. Can we avoid Tekamon? Well, I'm sure we could have done. I just didn't execute it very well. No worries. Shouldn't take much to take him out. Yeah, I didn't think Tekamon would like Thunderbolt very much. With type-in advantages and maximum attack, yeah, I did think that Thunderbolt would give Tekamon quite the jolt. Can we avoid the tank then? made it this far. And Digimon seems to have gone the other way. Hopefully we will be able to feed Etamon and give him a portable potty before Tankmon comes back, if he comes back. Well, I'm not sure, but I'm not sure if Tankmon would come back, but it doesn't matter. We finished in that area, and now here we are, about to battle Machinedramon. That fight made a slow start, with Machinedramon blocking the first several attacks that he used. We did eventually, start to damage him, and we did make it through the fight. Not the fastest Machinedramon battle in the world, but we got there. It would be great if we could get the chain melon before letting Etamon sleep. And we've done that, because we've got the chain melon at 6 PM. But if we slept first, then we wouldn't have got the chain melon until 4 PM tomorrow. And I think that means that the next time that Digimon would have mentioned about Analog Man wouldn't have been until 20 days from then, starting from 4 PM tomorrow. But we spoke to Digimon and got the chain melon before Etamon slept. 6 PM yesterday it was, and I imagine that Digimon will next mention about Analog Man starting 20 days from then, so 20 days from 6 PM yesterday instead of 20 days from 4 PM today. But even if Digimon does mention about Analog Man at 6 PM on day 22 of this year, 20 days after we were given the chain melon, we would probably have to let Etamon sleep pretty much straight after, and then he would wake up at 4 PM on day 23, and then we wouldn't get to go to Back Dimension until later that day. And then the following Back Dimension would be 20 days from day 23, and not 20 days from day 22. There are some positives to take away. We defeated Machinedramon and got the chain melon, and there were also the items at the Back Dimension. We don't really need them. We're at a day and age where we don't really need the items, but we can still sell them and make a bit of money from that. Also, I decided to sell the sirloins. We were up to 99 sirloins. I decided to sell the sirloins to make room for more sirloins. As well as the item chips, there was also the super defense disc that the Tekkamon dropped, and the chain melon, which we haven't yet used. Six item chips, each selling for the best part of 5,000 bits. I think that's about 30,000 bits. The ray gun would bring it up to 35,000 bits. Any battles that you get into at the Back Dimension would earn you money. The Machinedramon battle, 10,000, bringing the total up to 45,000. If you were to sell the chain melon, you'd get another 2,500, but I think chain melons are too important to sell. Yeah, any other battles that you get into would rake in extra money, and any items that might get dropped by the Digimon you defeat would also rake in money if you were to sell those items. With the Tekkamon, there was the super defense disc, which sold for 2,000 bits, plus the money that we got for defeating him, I think was 2,900? Struggling to remember, it's not year 8, day 2 anymore. We slept straight after getting the chain melon, It's now year 8, day 3, about to, well, not far off year 8, day 4. We couldn't get Etamon to hold on to the toilet any longer. We had to go then. But we can bring ourselves forward to 6 PM by training. Etamon should sleep and should want to eat. There is the sleep bubble, and he wants to eat as well. I'm out of sirloins. Whatever will I do? Well, I've got 99 sirloins in the item bank. I've got 99 meats in my inventory. And if I was to speak to Digimon today, then he would provide us with sirloins. Normally I wouldn't approach Digimon until Etamon wants to sleep, and I would speak to Digimon, get sirloins for the current day, and then sleep next to Digimon, wake up on the next day, and then get the supply of sirloins for that day as well. If I want to continue to do things that way, then my remaining choices would be to take out some of the sirloins from the item bank, or just make do with feeding meat to Etamon instead of sirloins until I have sirloins in my inventory, which I will do at around the time that Etamon sleeps. Meats are very cheap, they're easy to replace. All I'd have to do is go to the item shop and buy more. So on this occasion, I decided to just feed meat to Etamon, and I'll do that until I have alternatives. Now it had already been an hour since Etamon signalled for the toilet. He signalled for the toilet, then I trained once more. and that meant that I didn't want to risk waiting for his appetite to kick in and try to feed him before letting him use the toilet. There was too much of a risk of him messing on the floor, so I let Etamon use the toilet before feeding him. But hopefully things will turn out fine, and I'll soon be back into the routine that I was in, where you know, I was able to feed Etamon before allowing him to use the toilet. Sirloins were more needed yesterday because I used a chain melon to keep Etamon alive. That took away the need of giving him Digi-Sea-Basses when he wanted to eat, and because of that I fed sirloins to him instead. And the sirloins in my inventory were very low and I ran out, and I had to give him meat instead. But today we're back to using Digi-Sea-Basses to keep our Digimon alive. That will mean feeding him Digi-Sea-Basses when he wants to eat, apart from the one time at around 6 PM where I'll give him a sirloin instead. But we've now got ample sirloins in our inventory. We're not going to have any issues with whether or not they're going to stretch far enough. I have, you know, reflected on this challenge during this challenge, and I suppose I could also reflect on some of the other challenges that I've done for this game. You know, this challenge, maximum progress with 1 lifespan challenge, got inspired by 2 other challenges that I did where the general principle was the same, in that the challenge was to try and make as much progress as possible, try to earn as many medals as possible, but with a big restriction in place. In this challenge, the big restriction was the fact that I'm only allowed to have 1 lifespan. You know, I'm restricted to only having 1 lifespan, not being allowed to have my Digimon fade away and then, you know, start a new lifespan. You know, the 1 lifespan that I started at the beginning of the game is the only lifespan that I'm entitled to. And, you know, that immediately ruled out any chance of me getting the medal for Digivolving to every Digimon. And it also added other difficulties in other areas, you know, making it harder for me to learn all of the techniques, making it harder for me to win all of the arena tournaments, making it harder for me to be able to get to 100 championship wins, making it harder for me to be able to survive for 10 years, making it harder for me to be able to reach 100 prosperity points. So, yeah, making one medal strictly impossible, making the other medals a lot harder. And this type of challenge started when I did a maximum progress with 1 prosperity point challenge. It was a challenge, this is, a challenge that I've, recorded and uploaded. It's available on YouTube, like this challenge is. All of the Digimon challenges of mine that I'm about to tell you about are challenges that I've done, challenges that I recorded and, uploaded onto YouTube, so they're all available to watch. And yeah, I did a maximum progress with 1 prosperity point challenge. A challenge where, like with this challenge, I had to make as much progress as possible with the medals, try to earn as many medals as possible, but the restriction was that I was only allowed to recruit the Agumon at the start of the game, and I wasn't allowed to recruit any other Digimon. I was, restricted to 1 prosperity point. The Agumon at the start of the game, as far as I'm aware, you have to defeat him and recruit him in order to be able to explore further. Without defeating him and recruiting him, you would be, I think you would be confined to the city and wouldn't be able to go anywhere else. And I thought about a challenge where I could defeat and recruit the Agumon and thus have access to other parts of the game, but I wasn't allowed to recruit any other Digimon. I was restricted to just 1 prosperity point and had to try and earn as many medals as possible. The fact that I was only allowed 1 prosperity point obviously ruled out the medal that you get for earning 100 prosperity points. It also ruled out the medal for defeating Machinedramon, because you need to have at least 50 prosperity points in order for Mount Infinity to be available to you. And that also ruled out the medal for getting every Digimon card, because when you defeat Machinedramon, you get a Machinedramon card, and without defeating Machinedramon, you wouldn't be able to get the Machinedramon card. And that would mean not being able to complete your card list, and that's why the medal for getting every Digimon card would also be ruled out. all of the arena medals would also be ruled out. You need to have a minimum, I think, of 15 prosperity points in order to be able to recruit Greymon, but getting 15 prosperity points wouldn't be allowed. Simply recruiting Greymon wouldn't be allowed. That would mean no arena. That would mean not being able to get any of the 5 medals linked to the arena tournaments. There's 8 medals that would be out of the question. Another medal that was out of the question was the medal for getting the perfect score in curling, because in order to be able to get the perfect score in curling, you would either have to have Greymon and Penguinmon recruited so that you could challenge Penguinmon to curling and get and try and get the perfect score against him, but that would require the recruitment of Penguinmon and Greymon, which wouldn't be allowed. Or when you have the one curling game against Penguinmon in Friesland, you would have to get the perfect score in that game, but that would mean winning against Penguinmon, and that would mean Penguinmon joining the city afterwards, which would be against the rules. So whatever way you look at it, it wouldn't be possible to get the perfect score in curling without it resulting in a recruitment straight afterwards, or without it requiring recruitments beforehand. And so that was another medal that was out of the question, and then that left 6 other medals. The medal for catching 100 fish, the medal for maxing out on money, the medal for maxing out your stats, the medal for learning every technique, the medal for digivolving to every Digimon, and the medal for surviving for 10 years. Those were 6 medals which immediately struck me as possibly being obtainable, unlike the other 9 medals which definitely wouldn't be obtainable. And I thought that, there was sense in trying to pursue those medals, but no sense in trying to pursue any of the other medals. And I don't really want to say how I did. I don't really want to say, if I did earn any medals, and, if I did, then what medals I did earn, what medals I didn't earn, because I don't really want to spoil anything. The video, the challenge, it's available on my channel if you would like to check it out. And, I don't really want to ruin it all by, telling you, what I did succeed at and what I didn't succeed at. I was okay with telling you what definitely wouldn't be achievable, and, what might be achievable, but I don't really want to spoil anything by, telling you what I was successful with. But I wanted to mention the challenge, and, if you want to check it out, then you know, you are more than welcome to. That was, you know, a maximum progress with 1 prosperity point challenge. I did not fancy the idea of doing a maximum progress with 0 prosperity points challenge. You know, a challenge where I'd have to try and get as many medals as possible while not being able to recruit any Digimon, not even Agumon, because if I was to do that, then I would be restricted to the city for the whole of the challenge. And if I think about medals that would be obtainable, I suppose possibly the medal for Digivolving to every Digimon, possibly the medal for learning every technique, possibly the medal for surviving 10 years. I can't imagine it would be possible to get the medal for getting maximum stats. And it also wouldn't be possible to get the medal for catching 100 fish, or the medal for maxing out on money, along with the other 9 medals that wouldn't have been that weren't obtainable in the maximum progress with 1 prosperity point challenge. If they weren't obtainable in that challenge, then they definitely wouldn't be obtainable in a maximum progress with 0 prosperity point challenge. You know, I can only think of 3 medals which might be obtainable, and you know, I put emphasis on might, because when you think about how restricted I would be, the fact that my only food supply would be the meats that I would get from Tainomon, that would have a limit on weight and care mistakes, and that would affect Digivolutions. And I also wouldn't have access to any stat boosting items. I wouldn't have access to any items that prolong your Digimon's lifespan, such as Digi-Seabasses, and I think that that would make it impossible to be able to reach maximum stats. And I wouldn't be able to learn any techniques from getting into battles with Digimon. You know, I would have to solely rely on brain training. So it seems like a challenge where immediately an awful lot of potential achievements would immediately be out of the question. There would be, you know, minimal achievements up for grabs, and I would just be extremely restricted when it comes to, you know, what would be available to me, you know, what I would have that would, you know, help me with the challenge, you know, help me to try and be successful with the challenge. And it's a challenge that simply doesn't appeal to me, and I don't think it would be a challenge that would be particularly fun to watch either. That's why I chose to do a maximum progress with 1 prosperity point challenge instead of a maximum progress with 0 prosperity points challenge. And I can't say I have any desire to do a maximum progress with 0 prosperity points challenge. But after doing the maximum progress with 1 prosperity points challenge, I did then come up with the idea of doing a similar challenge where the objective was to try and get as many medals as possible, but the restriction was that I wasn't allowed to Digivolve. The Digimon who I started with was Agumon, and he was the only Digimon who I was allowed to have for the challenge. He wasn't... I wasn't allowed... it wasn't allowed for Agumon to Digivolve. And if I remember rightly, it also wasn't allowed for Agumon to fade away. It was a challenge where I started with Agumon, and I had to make as much progress as possible while having him as my Digimon, and he wasn't allowed to Digivolve or fade away. It was a maximum progress without Digivolving challenge, where I had a very short amount of time to try and get as many medals as possible. But I was only allowed to make progress while having Agumon as my Digimon. If he was to Digivolve or fade away, then the challenge would end there and then. In order to be able to create the opportunity to battle and recruit Greymon, you have to speak to Digimon when you have a minimum of 15 prosperity points and a Digimon who is at least a champion. And interestingly, in order to create the opportunity to battle Airdramon and have access to Mount Infinity, you have to again speak to Digimon when you have at least a champion Digimon, and you also need to have a minimum of 50 prosperity points. Agumon is a rookie Digimon, and that meant not being able to recruit Greymon and not being able to have access to Mount Infinity. That ruled out all 5 of the tournament medals, as well as the medal for getting 100 prosperity points, the medal for defeating the final boss, Machinedramon, and the medal for getting every Digimon card. That immediately was 8 medals that were out of the question. And since I was restricted to Agumon and Agumon only, that ruled out any possibility of getting the medal that you get for Digivolving to every Digimon, as well as the medal that you get for learning every technique. And another medal that was definitely out of the question was the 10-year medal, because I would only have Agumon for the matter of a few days before he would Digivolve, and that would mean not being able to survive for 10 years while only having Agumon as my Digimon. So that, I think, comes to 11 medals that definitely wouldn't be obtainable, leaving 4 other medals. The medal for catching 100 fish, the medal for maxing out on money, the medal for getting a perfect score in curling, and the medal for reaching maximum stats. The medal that you get for getting the perfect score in curling, with that medal, the only opportunity that you would get would be the one curling match that you have against Penguinmon in Friesland. The one where if you win, he joins the city. If you lose, then he doesn't join the city, and you have to return with a fish in order for him to challenge you again, and you then have another opportunity to beat him. Because if you were to recruit Penguinmon, then you wouldn't be able to have any more curling games against him, because you wouldn't be able to recruit Greymon. That means no arena, and the arena is where Penguinmon is. So even if you were to recruit Penguinmon, you wouldn't be able to have any curling matches against him, and that means that the one game of curling that you win against Penguinmon in Friesland, that's the only opportunity that you would have to get the perfect score of 10 and get the medal as a result of that. And as for the medal for getting maximum stats, that would seemingly be impossible, because you would only have Agumon, and you would have such a short amount of time to be able to get maximum stats. Rookie Digimon are able to Digivolve to a natural champion Digimon once 3 days have elapsed, providing that you are fulfilling enough of the requirements in order for the Digivolution to be possible. If you don't fulfill enough of the requirements in order for a rookie Digimon to Digivolve to any of its natural champion Digimon, then the Digimon would instead Digivolve to Numamon once 4 days have elapsed. And that would mean that there would be sense and logic in not fulfilling enough of the requirements in order for the rookie Digimon to Digivolve to any of its natural champion Digimon, because by Digivolving to Numamon, you would have the rookie Digimon for 4 days instead of 3, giving you an extra day in which you would be able to try and make progress. But still, 4 days to get maximum stats with Agumon as your Digimon, that would seemingly be impossible. But what I will say is that if you have the fishing rod, preferably the amazing rod, and you have a never-ending supply of meat, so having the item shop in the city and the ability to buy meat from it then you would be able to catch black trouts by using meat as bait. And black trouts do boost your Digimon stats by a very small amount. They boost HP and MP by 10, and they boost attack, defense, speed and brains by 1. That means that 100 black trouts would boost HP and MP by 1,000, and would boost attack, defense, speed and brains by 100. And 1,000 black trouts would boost HP and MP by 10,000, and attack, defense, speed and brains by 1,000, which would put your stats up to the maximum. But there's the question of, would it be possible to catch 1,000 black trouts in the space of about 4 days, and feed 1,000 black trouts to your Digimon in that time in order to get your stats up to the maximum? And you know, would it be possible to not have problematic side effects come as a result of it? Because you would be required to force feed the black trouts to your Digimon, and that would cause happiness and discipline to fall to the minimum, which would and then that would create the problem with the butterfly, which occurs when happiness and discipline is at the minimum, and the butterfly causes happiness to go back up, but causes stats to go down. And you also need to think about, you know, wanting for your Digimon to not digivolve to a natural champion Digimon, and by your stats going up, you would fulfill the stat requirement for all of the natural champion Digimon that the Digimon could digivolve to, and then that means that for each of the champion Digimon you could then only afford to fulfill one of the other requirements, because there are 4 things that influence digivolutions, and you have to fulfill 3 of them in order for a natural digivolution to be possible. For a natural digivolution to not be possible, you would have to fulfill no more than 2 of the requirements, and if you're going to be fulfilling the stat requirement for every champion Digimon, then you could only fulfill 1 of the other requirements in order to not digivolve to any of those Digimon. And that would mean that out of weight, care mistakes and bonus condition, you would only be able to fulfill 1 of those requirements for each of the champion Digimon, because you would already have the stat requirement, and that combined with 1 other requirement would be 2 requirements, which would be okay if you don't want to digivolve. But if you were to fulfill 3 requirements, then the digivolution would happen, and then that would mean having the rookie Digimon for 1 less day, and you know, that would mean having to reach maximum stats in just 3 days instead of 4. you also have to think about, you know, force feeding food items to your Digimon. You know, not only does it affect happiness and discipline, but it affects weight as well. And you know, you would have to think about, you know, not only would it be possible to get all of those fish and feed them to your Digimon in time, as well as trying to avoid the butterfly, but also the question of, would it be possible to you know, avoid enough of the requirements so that you wouldn't digivolve naturally, so that you would have, you know, 4 days of having the rookie Digimon instead of 3. Once again, I don't want to say, you know, what medals I was successful with and what medals I wasn't successful with, because I don't want to spoil anything. All I wanted to do was just list the medals that definitely wouldn't be obtainable, and then the medals which might be obtainable. And then after doing the maximum progress without digivolving challenge, I then came up with the idea of this challenge, maximum progress with 1 lifespan challenge. And just to comment on this challenge, as you probably saw, my number of Digi-Seabasses dropped to 2, which is not enough in order for me to be able to keep myself alive for much longer. And that's why I have come to the Dragon Eye Lake, and I'm now using the black trouts that are in my inventory to catch Digi-Seabasses. I did have, I think, 2 Digi-Seabasses and 99 black trouts. If I catch 53 Digi-Seabasses, then that would bring me up to 55 Digi-Seabasses. And if I was to let my Digimon sleep, and then after waking up give him 5 Digi-Seabasses so that he would be able to see the day through, that would bring me back down to 50 Digi-Seabasses, and then I would need to catch another 49 in order to be able to leave the Dragon Eye Lake with 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory. Catching 53 Digi-Seabasses initially, I think, would put my black trouts down to 46, but if I was to then need to catch another 49 Digi-Seabasses, then I would need an extra 3 black trouts, and that would mean having to use some of the meat in my inventory in order to catch the extra black trouts that would be needed. I think 3 extras would be needed. That's providing that there are no unsuccessful catches. Okay, so I've got 55 Digi-Seabasses and 49 black trouts, which is the numbers that I was talking about. It looks like my meats have gone down by 4 instead of 3, because I have 95 in my inventory instead of 96. 95 is 4 short of 99. So it looks like I caught 4 black trouts, which must have meant having an unsuccessful catch at some point. And if I have any more unsuccessful catches, then I'll have to catch extra black trouts. But at the moment, the numbers are good. I'm just giving Etamon the Digi-Seabasses to keep him alive for today. And then I'll have the 49 black trouts in my inventory, plus the 50 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory. And to get the Digi-Seabasses up to 99, I'd have to use the 49 black trouts to catch 49 more Digi-Seabasses, putting myself from 50 up to 99. It's not the end of the world if I have any unsuccessful catches. I've got 95 meats in my inventory. It'll be easy enough to catch extra black trouts. So, out of these challenges, like maximum progress with a big restriction, I've done 3 in total. The maximum progress with 1 prosperity point, the maximum progress without digivolving, and here I'm currently doing the maximum progress with 1 lifespan challenge. And when we say progress, we are talking about medals. But prior to doing these challenges, I have done lots of other challenges for Digimon World. I think the very first Digimon World challenge that I did was a no gym, no item chip challenge. I think I did it back in 2012 or 2013. It was a challenge where I had to make it up to 100 prosperity points, and I wasn't allowed to use the gym, and I wasn't allowed to use any item chips, although I was allowed to use other stat boosting items. And like I said, I had to make it up to 100 prosperity points. I didn't have to, go after any of the medals. I just had to make it up to 100 prosperity points, but with the restriction of not being allowed to use the gym and not being allowed to use any item chips, but alternative stat boosting items were allowed. And then I think it was either 2014 or 2015, I recapped on that challenge, and I thought about doing a more difficult challenge, and I then came up with the idea of doing a no gym, no stat boosting items, minimum Muncimon 100% challenge, where, like with the other challenge, I wasn't allowed to use the gym, and instead of only not being allowed to use any item chips, I wasn't allowed to use any stat boosting items at all, and instead of only needing to get 100 prosperity points, I had to complete the game 100%, and that means having to collect all 15 medals. That's, collect all 15 medals while not being allowed to use the gym and not being allowed to use any stat boosting items. The use of the restaurant was allowed. The use of gaining stats from like winning battles and carrying dirt for Dramon and things like that, that was allowed. But the use of the green gem and, you know, stat boosting items which you give to your Digimon, that was not permitted. And I had to earn every medal. And there was also another restriction of minimum Muncimon, and that was that if I was to Digivolve from a rookie Digimon to Numamon, and then Digivolve from Numamon to Muncimon, which would be compulsory in order to be able to earn 100 prosperity points, as well as being able to earn the medal for Digivolving to every Digimon. If I was to Digivolve to Muncimon, then I would only be allowed to use him for the absolute minimum, which is talking to the robot Digimon when you have Muncimon as your Digimon, so that he will unlock the door which leads towards Worumuncimon, so that Worumuncimon would be available for battle, and that was all I was allowed to use Muncimon for. I wasn't allowed to recruit any Digimon with Muncimon or get into any battles with Muncimon. And the reason why I included that restriction was because I thought that it could be seen as cheap if I was to Digivolve from a rookie Digimon to Numamon, and then go to Toy Town and Digivolve to Muncimon and have an ultimate Digimon and get a big stat boost from the Digivolution. And that's why I came up with a restriction where I would only be allowed to use Muncimon for the absolute minimum. It was, the use of Muncimon was mandatory for being able to unlock the door that leads towards Worumuncimon and, getting Muncimon's picture added to the Digivolution chart. But, I wasn't allowed to, Digivolve from Numamon to Muncimon and then use Muncimon to do loads of the challenge. I was only allowed to Digivolve to Muncimon and then get the door unlocked that led towards Worumuncimon, and I wasn't allowed to use Muncimon for anything further. For all of the progress I had to use different Digimon. It was a, no gym, no stat boosting items, minimum Muncimon, 100% challenge. And during more recent years, I have done other challenges for this game, other playthroughs of this game. I've done 5 overpowered runs for this game, and in each overpowered run I used an ultimate Digimon for most of the for most of the run. I used an ultimate Digimon for most of the game. I had maximum stats for most of the game, and I had the best possible techniques available to me for most of the game. In the first overpowered run, I used Piximon and Bug for most of the game. In the second overpowered run, I used Megadramon and Ice Statue for most of the game. In the third overpowered run, I used Etamon, Thunderbolt and Megalospark for most of the game. In the fourth overpowered run, I used Digitamamon, Prominence Beam and Meltdown for most of the game. And in the fifth overpowered run, I used Vadermon and All Range Beam for most of the game. And I also had, maximum stats every time for most of the game. And to get into the position that I got into of, you know, having these Digimon and having the techniques and having maximum stats, it was all done without the use of any programming, without the use of any coding, without the use of any hacks or anything like that. Everything was legitimate and had to be earned the hard way. And you know, they were overpowered runs. The purpose was to, you know, do the game in a way where I was very overpowered for most of the run, most of the game. And I did, you know, 5 separate overpowered runs in total. And in the overpowered runs, the objective was to get 100 prosperity points in each overpowered run. So, you know, it wasn't just a case of defeating the final boss, Machinedramon. It was a case of getting 100 prosperity points, but not a case of having to pursue any of the medals. As well as those 5 overpowered runs, I did also do a separate playthrough where I used Sukamon for most of the game, and I had maximum stats as Sukamon for most of the game, as well as all of the filth techniques available to me for most of the game. And I didn't classify it as an overpowered run because of the fact that I was using Sukamon. I just thought of it as a Sukamon solo playthrough where I had the best possible stats and the best possible techniques. The idea of it was that it was a video where I was using Sukamon, and Sukamon was as good as Sukamon can be. You know, Sukamon was as close to overpowered as Sukamon would ever be. It was just a desire to, you know, do the game using one of the less favourable Digimon of the game, you know, using less favourable techniques of the game, but having the best of those techniques as well as best possible stats. And I have also done 2 other Sukamon solo playthroughs where I didn't have top stats, and in fact it was a challenge where I had to use Sukamon, which meant being restricted to the filth techniques. And if I wanted to use certain filth techniques, then I had to learn those techniques during the challenge, and I was restricted to very basic stats. It was a proper Sukamon challenge, a proper Sukamon solo, where I had Sukamon as my challenge. Sorry, I had Sukamon as my Digimon. I didn't have well, the stats that I had were very limited, obviously, and I was restricted to filth techniques only, starting with horizontal kick, and if I wanted to use better filth techniques, then I had to learn them. In the first Sukamon solo, I started with Gabumon as my Digimon, but digivolved to Sukamon, and was restricted to only being able to use Sukamon when it comes to recruiting Digimon and making progress towards recruiting Digimon. And the fact that I was only using Sukamon meant that it wasn't possible to get 100 prosperity points, because the recruitment of Muncymon wouldn't have been possible, and for that reason the recruitment of Nannymon also wouldn't have been possible. The recruitment of Frigimon wouldn't have been possible, and at the time I wasn't aware of the Ice Sanctuary skip, which enables you to enter Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon, and because of that, Angemon's recruitment also wasn't possible, meaning that 92 prosperity points was the best that I could achieve, the best that I could hope for. And then I did a I did a different Sukamon solo, where I decided that for the recruitments that couldn't be done with Sukamon alone, I decided to allow the use of other Digimon for the absolute bare minimum, so that it would be possible to finish with 100 prosperity points. Angemon I managed to recruit with Sukamon, because by this stage I did know about the Ice Sanctuary skip. As for the recruitment of Muncymon and Nannymon, I had to go to Toy Town with Numamon as my Digimon and digivolve to Muncymon, and then speak to the robot Digimon, so that the door that leads towards Worumuncymon got unlocked. But the battle itself against Worumuncymon had to be done when I had Sukamon as my Digimon, and that meant recruiting Muncymon when I had Sukamon as my Digimon, encountering Nannymon at Toy Town with Sukamon as my Digimon. As for Frigimon's recruit, I had to go to Freezeland with an alternative Digimon, a Digimon who couldn't tolerate cold weather very well, get sick, then get rescued by Frigimon, and then return to Frigimon when I had Sukamon as my Digimon, and then recruit Frigimon while Sukamon was my Digimon. I have also done an Agumon solo, where I started the game with Agumon as my Digimon, and I was only allowed to use Muncymon when recruiting Digimon and when getting into battles. Other Digimon did feature. I did, digivolve to other Digimon, and I did use them for certain bits, so that it would be possible to do other recruitments with Agumon, do more recruits with Agumon, be able to make more progress with Agumon. But when it came to getting into battles, and when it came to recruiting Digimon, that I was only allowed to do when I had Agumon as my Digimon. I started off with Agumon as my Digimon. Inevitably, Agumon did digivolve, And then that meant that in that lifespan I wasn't able to get into any more battles, wasn't able to recruit any more Digimon. But then, after fading away and moving on to the next lifespan, I could then get Agumon as my Digimon again, and then go back to being able to make progress, because I would have had Agumon again. The use of other Digimon was needed for some stuff, like in the drill tunnel. The boulder that separates the drill tunnel from the lava cave, that can only be moved by a Digimon who is at least a champion, and I had to use an alternative Digimon to move the boulder so that I would have access to the lava cave, but the battle against Miramon was something that had to be done with Agumon, obviously. I had to use alternative Digimon to speak to Digimon when I had 15 prosperity points and 50 prosperity points to create the opportunity to battle Greymon and Airdramon and have access to Mount Infinity, but the battles themselves against Greymon and Airdramon had to be done when I had Agumon as my Digimon. Mount Infinity had to be done when I had Agumon as my Digimon. Under the restrictions that I was going by, it wasn't possible to recruit Skull Greymon, because it's not possible to, I don't think it's possible to gain access to Greylord's mansion with Agumon as your Digimon. I don't think it's possible to battle the Tepamon and Skull Greymon inside of Greylord's mansion when you have Agumon as your Digimon. I don't think it's possible to recruit Skull Greymon when you have Agumon as your Digimon. I had to go to Toy Town with Numamon as my Digimon and Digivolve to Muncymon so that I could speak to the robot Digimon and have him unlock the door that leads towards Worrymuncymon, but the battle against Worrymuncymon had to be done with Agumon as my Digimon. Frigimon was another Digimon who wasn't recruitable, because although although it would have been possible to have been rescued by Frigimon when I had Agumon as my Digimon, if Agumon was to become sick in Friesland, then, I would be able to get rescued by Frigimon, which would be the first step towards Frigimon's recruitment. But the final step wouldn't have been possible, because you have to speak to Frigimon when you have a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather, and Frigimon will join the city afterwards. This can't be done with Agumon, because Agumon can't tolerate cold weather, and I would have to speak to Frigimon with a different Digimon, and that would mean recruiting Frigimon with a different Digimon, a Digimon different to Agumon, and that was against the rules of the challenge. So Skull Greymon and Frigimon were both definitely unrecruitable, and so it seemed that 95 prosperity points would have been the most that would have been possible. And I did also do a Gabumon solo where the rules of the challenge pretty much worked the same way. except instead of starting with Agumon, I started with Gabumon, and the battles and recruitments had to be done when I had Gabumon as my Digimon. You know, the use of alternative Digimon was still required for certain bits, like it was with Agumon. But with the Gabumon solo, it was possible to recruit Frigimon, because the second part of Frigimon's recruitment was possible with Gabumon. I had to go to Friesland with an alternative Digimon, one who can't tolerate cold weather very well, and get sick and get rescued by Frigimon. You know, that bit couldn't have been done with Gabumon, but was possible with a different Digimon, and I did, you know, use a different Digimon for that. But that didn't go against the rules, because I wasn't recruiting Frigimon with that Digimon, nor was I getting into any battles with that Digimon. I was just seeing to the initial part of Frigimon's recruit, but the actual recruitment of Frigimon was done when I had Gabumon as my Digimon, because I returned to Frigimon and spoke to him when I had Gabumon as my Digimon. The recruitment of Skull Greymon still wasn't possible, because I don't believe that it's possible to enter Greylord's mansion with Gabumon, same way that it's not, I don't think it's possible to enter Greylord's mansion with Agumon. So once again, the recruitment of Skull Greymon wasn't possible, but the recruitment of Frigimon was possible, and it looked like 97 prosperity points would have been the highest possible. And that then inspired me to consider whether it would be possible to do a rookie solo for Digimon World, where I would only be allowed to use a specific rookie Digimon, but a rookie Digimon who I would be able to get 100 prosperity points with. So a rookie solo 100 prosperity point challenge, I would only be allowed to use one specific rookie Digimon for battles and recruitments, but a rookie Digimon where 100 prosperity points might be possible. That would mean having to use a Digimon who I would be able to recruit Skull Greymon with. That would mean a rookie Digimon who can enter Greylord's mansion, a rookie Digimon who is a virus type, and out of the 9 rookie Digimon, only 2 of them are virus types, Betamon and Kunamon, and it would seem that Skull Greymon would be recruitable with either of those rookie Digimon, but there was also the question of Frigimon, and I suspected that it wouldn't be possible to recruit Frigimon with Kunamon, because I don't think Kunamon can tolerate cold weather very well, and that would mean that the second part of Frigimon's recruitment wouldn't be possible, even though I think Kunamon would have been eligible for the first part of Frigimon's recruitment. I think that if Kunamon was to get sick in Friesland, then Frigimon would save the day, but you wouldn't be able to recruit Frigimon by returning to him when you have Kunamon as your Digimon, because you need a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather, which I don't think Kunamon can. But Betamon, he did seem like a Digimon who you would be able to recruit Frigimon with. If you were to use an alternative Digimon to get sick in Friesland and get rescued by Frigimon, like I did in the Gabumon solo, then surely it would be possible to return to Frigimon with Betamon as our Digimon, speak to Frigimon, and then he would join the city afterwards, because Betamon surely can tolerate cold weather. And if Skullgreymon and Frigimon were recruitable with Betamon, then surely the other 95 prosperity points that I was able to get in the Agumon solo and Gabumon solo, surely it would be possible to also get those prosperity points in a Betamon solo, and that's why I then came up with the idea of doing a rookie solo 100 prosperity point challenge with Betamon as the rookie Digimon who I was only allowed to use for battles and recruitments. So as well as doing Sukamon solos, I've also done rookie solos, one where it was an Agumon solo, one where it was a Gabumon solo, one where it was a Betamon solo, and it was also a 100 prosperity point challenge. For that solo, I had to make it up to 100 prosperity points, something that wasn't essential and also wasn't possible in the Agumon solo and Gabumon solo. As well as doing challenges for this game where I've done playthroughs where it's been Digimon solos, I have also done challenges for this game, playthroughs of this game, where it's been technique solos. I've done a Spitfire solo challenge where I started the game with Agumon, whose starting technique is Spitfire, and for the whole of the game I was only allowed to attack with Spitfire. I was only allowed to, use Spitfire. That was the only technique I was allowed to use. I was only allowed to damage Digimon with Spitfire. I wasn't allowed to use finishes, nor was I allowed to attack while flattened. I was strictly only allowed to attack with Spitfire, strictly only allowed to inflict damage with Spitfire. I wasn't restricted to Agumon for the whole of the challenge. I was able to use any Digimon, providing that it was a Digimon who was able to use Spitfire. So I had to be careful with my Digivolutions, because if I wanted to get into battles which is needed for a lot of the recruitments, then I would have needed a Digimon who can use Spitfire. I would have needed to, Digivolve to Digimon who can use Spitfire. I was allowed to have Digimon who couldn't use Spitfire, but obviously I wouldn't have been allowed to get into any battles with those Digimon because they couldn't use Spitfire. I had to I was only allowed to battle with Spitfire. That meant, you know, only being allowed to get into battles when I had a Digimon who was able to use Spitfire. Spitfire was the only technique I was allowed to use, no other techniques, wasn't allowed to use finishes, wasn't allowed to attack while flattened. And after doing that challenge, I then came up with the idea of a similar challenge, except instead of starting with Agumon and being restricted with Spitfire for the whole challenge, I decided to start with Gabumon and be restricted with Sonic Jab for the whole challenge. It was a Sonic Jab solo challenge instead of a Spitfire solo challenge. And the rules were all generally the same. Finishes were not allowed, attacking while flattened was not allowed. I was only allowed to attack with Sonic Jab, only allowed to inflict damage with Sonic Jab. In order for me to be allowed to get into battles and make progress, I had to have a Digimon who could use Sonic Jab. I wasn't restricted to Gabumon for the whole of the challenge, but was restricted to Sonic Jab for the whole of the challenge, which meant needing to use Digimon who could use Sonic Jab. And prior to doing those challenges, I actually did a counter solo challenge for this game, where the only technique that I was allowed to use for the whole of the challenge was counter. Counter is a technique that you don't directly attack with. Counter is a technique that can only get used if certain techniques are being used against you. If a certain technique gets used against you, then it's possible to use counter against that technique, which is where you stop the technique that's being used against you and you then strike them with counter. But there's only a handful of techniques that counter can work against. Sonic Jab, Megaton Punch, Dynamite Kick, Poison Claw, Static Electric, Horizontal Kick, Danger Sting, I think it's just those. And to begin with, in this challenge, I wasn't allowed to use any finishes or attack while flattened. I was only allowed to use counter. And unfortunately, I ended up in a position where it wasn't possible to make an adequate amount of progress due to the number of Digimon who I wasn't able to defeat under the restrictions that I was going by. And then I had to alter the restrictions slightly so that I was allowed to use finishes in the battles where I was against Digimon who didn't use any techniques that counter can work against, because the Digimon who don't use techniques that counter can work against, there was no chance of defeating them under such restrictions, and that's why I then had to alter the rules slightly so that when it came to battles where it was impossible to use counter due to the techniques that the opposing Digimon were using, I was allowed to use finishes in order to defeat those Digimon, but I was only allowed to use finishes. I wasn't allowed to use any other technique. I wasn't allowed to attack in any other way. And the battles where it was possible to win with counter and counter alone, I wasn't allowed to use the finishes. I had to, only use counter and nothing else in the battles where it was possible to win with just counter, and then the battles that couldn't be won with counter, I had to use finishes instead. With Digitarmamon, the battle against Digitarmamon in Mount Infinity, he doesn't use any techniques that counter can work against, but it is still possible to defeat Digitarmamon because of the fact that his finish sometimes hits him instead of you, meaning that it's possible for Digitarmamon to defeat himself if he hits himself with his own finish enough times. And that's how I defeated the Digitarmamon. I had to do nothing and wait for him to use his finishes and hope that the finishes would hit him, and wait for him to defeat himself with his own finishes. And Garulamon was a Digimon who wasn't recruitable because none of the techniques that he uses are techniques that counter can work against. In the first Garulamon battle, I was able to defeat him with finishes, but in the second Garulamon battle, you can't use finishes. You're not able to command your Digimon in any sort of way, and that includes not being able to use finishes. And since the use of finishes wasn't possible, and the use of other techniques wasn't permittable, and the fact that counter was no good, meant that, regrettably, Garulamon was not a recruitable Digimon in such a challenge under such techniques. Well, in such a challenge with such restrictions. And speaking of the solos, I just remembered I have also done a Tainomon solo challenge for this game. In this game, there's a Tainomon bug, which is a bug where it's possible for Tainomon to never digivolve. If you have Tainomon as your Digimon and attack is your highest stat and your weight is not within the range of 10 to 20, then you won't fulfill enough of the requirements in order for Tainomon to digivolve to either of her rookie Digimon, Betamon or Palmon. And if you have it so that attack remains as Tainomon's highest stat and her weight remains not within the range of 10 to 20, so either below 10 or above 20, then Tainomon won't digivolve, and for as long as her weight is not within the range of 10 to 20 and her highest stat is attack, then she won't Digivolve, and that means that you are able to keep Tainomon as your Digimon for the rest of the lifespan. And by taking advantage of this bug, I was able to do a Tainomon solo where I had to make as much progress as physically possible while only being allowed to use Tainomon, only being allowed to I had Tainomon where, you know, her attack is Bubble, which is a very weak technique, which is also very easy to block. As an in-training Digimon, Tainomon doesn't get finishes. Bubble is all she can attack with. And I don't think in-training Digimon are capable of blocking attacks. And it was, you know, a Tainomon solo where I had to defeat Digimon with Tainomon as my Digimon, where the amount of damage that I was able to do in battles was very limited. I did use alternative Digimon for other things, like moving the boulder at the lava cave, creating the opportunity to battle Greymon and Airdramon, and thus having access to Mount Infinity, getting the door unlocked in Toy Town, which leads towards Warumunsimon. But yeah, when it came to like battling Warumunsimon in Toy Town, and battling Greymon and Airdramon, battling Miramon in the lava cave, and, you know, all of the other, you know, battles that I had to get into, I was restricted to only being allowed to use Tainomon because it was a Tainomon solo, a Digimon solo challenge, which was a lot more intense than the Agumon solo, Gabumon solo, Betamon solo, and Sukamon solo. And I suppose that if you were to focus on techniques, then you could see it as a Bubble solo, which is a lot more intense than a Spitfire solo, Sonic Jab solo, and Counter solo. Those are the challenges that I've mentioned so far, but there are other challenges as well that I've done, which I haven't yet mentioned. A no natural Digivolution challenge, where I had to complete the game. Well, it was a challenge where it wasn't permitted for my Digimon to Digivolve naturally. I started with Agumon as my Digimon, but I wasn't allowed. It wasn't allowed for Agumon to Digivolve to any of his natural champion forms, and also special Digivolutions weren't permitted either. So I wasn't allowed to Digivolve from like Agumon to Sukamon, or Agumon to Numamon, or Agumon to Nanimon, or Agumon to Barkamon, or anything like that. I was only allowed to Digivolve by using Digivolution items, and when using a Digivolution item and Digivolving from one Digimon to a different Digimon, the Digimon that I was Digivolving to had to be a Digimon who that Digimon couldn't naturally Digivolve to, and couldn't Digivolve to via special Digivolutions. So if you think about all of the Digimon that a Digimon can naturally Digivolve to, or Digivolve to via a special Digivolution, none of those Digivolutions were allowed. I was only allowed to Digivolve via Digivolution items, and the Digimon that I Digivolved to via the use of Digivolution items, it had to be a Digimon who the Digimon couldn't Digivolve to any other way. So yeah, it was called a no natural Digivolutions challenge, but the use of special Digivolutions also wasn't allowed. The Digimon had to Digivolve to Digimon who it could only possibly Digivolve to by the use of Digivolution items, and I had to use Digivolution items in order to be able to Digivolve during the challenge. And that was, starting off with Agumon as my Digimon. I also did a no shopping challenge where the use of items was permitted, but I wasn't allowed to buy any items. It was okay to collect items that get dropped by enemies. It was okay to use items that I get given. It was okay to use items that I found lying on the ground. It was okay to use items, but I wasn't allowed to purchase any items. And, that restricted the items that were available to me, the items that I was able to get, and it also affected my ability to use items. And speaking of items, I also did a no items challenge, which was a challenge where I wasn't allowed to give any items to my Digimon. I wasn't allowed to give any items to my Digimon inside of battles or outside of battles. So I wasn't allowed to feed food items to my Digimon. I wasn't allowed to use recovery items during battles. The use of autopilots wasn't allowed. And I also wasn't allowed to have items in my inventory which my Digimon would be able to benefit from in any sort of way. That included things like the training manual, the health shoe, the rest pillow, the enemy bow or enemy rebow. Items like those were not permitted. I was allowed to eat at the restaurant, and I was allowed to use meat to catch fish, use meat to catch Machinedramon, trade items with the Moldramons in Freeland, do stuff like that. But, the act of giving items to my Digimon, or my Digimon benefiting from items, was strictly not allowed, and that was the rules of the no items challenge. I have also done a no attacks challenge, where I haven't been allowed to use any attacks against Digimon in battles. And when we say attacks, we are talking about techniques. The use of using techniques in battles was not allowed. The only way I was able to damage opposing Digimon was by using finishes. When it came to getting into battles, I was only allowed to use finishes in order to inflict damage upon opposing Digimon. The use of attacks, like techniques, none of that was permitted. It was a no attacks challenge. I was only allowed to use finishes in order to damage opposing Digimon and, be able to, win battles. Okay, I'm sleeping next to Vegemon like I would do normally, but Digimon has mentioned about Analog Man, and from here I'm going to be going to the back dimension and battling Machinedramon. It's year 8, day 23. It's 4 AM. When I get the chain melon from Digimon, I think the next back dimension will be available 20 days from then, which at this rate will be year 9, day 13. But the individual time will be later. It's 4 AM at the moment, but by the time I get to the back dimension and defeat Machinedramon and return to Digimon, it will be later than 4 AM when I speak to him. And whatever time it is when I get given the chain melon, I think that it will have to be at least as late as that time on year 9, day 13, in order for Digimon to again mention about Analog Man. So we're taking a break from the city and we are searching for the back dimension, starting with Greylord's Mansion. If it's not there, then we move on to the Ogre Fortress. If it's not there either, then we move on to the Ice Sanctuary. Speaking of the challenges, I've also done a no commands challenge, where in battles I've not been allowed to command my Digimon in any sort of way. And that's included not being allowed to use finishes and not being allowed to use items during battles. Not being allowed to give items to my Digimon during battles. I was allowed to give items to my Digimon outside of battles, but it was a no commands challenge in that when it came to battling, I wasn't allowed to command my Digimon in any sort of way. If you think about the Garulamon rematch that you have in Friesland, the second battle against Garulamon, where you're not allowed to assist your Digimon in any sort of way, not allowed to use items, not allowed to use finishes, not allowed to, use commands, not allowed to help your Digimon in any sort of way. I was basically going by those rules, but for the whole of the game. It was a challenge where pretty much every battle was like the Garulamon rematch in Friesland. The rules that you have to go by during the Garulamon rematch in Friesland, I had to go by those rules throughout the entire game, not being allowed to command my Digimon in any sort of way in any of the battles that I got into, not being allowed to use finishes, not being allowed to use items. That was the no commands challenge. I've already mentioned the no items challenge and the no attacks challenge. And yeah, that was a no commands challenge. And the items have respawned again. There are other challenges that I've done, but I am struggling to think. I know I did a vegetarian and pescatarian challenge for this game. A vegetarian challenge where my Digimon had to go by the diet of a vegetarian. I was only allowed to feed my Digimon food items that would be friendly with the diet of a vegetarian. And then also the pescatarian challenge, where it was the same sort of challenge, but I had to go by, I was only allowed to give my Digimon items that would be friendly with the diet of a pescatarian. A pescatarian is someone who eats fish but doesn't eat any other meat item, like meat food item. A pescatarian eats fish but doesn't eat any other kind of meat. A vegetarian eats no meat at all, including fish. So in the pescatarian challenge, I was allowed to feed fish to my Digimon, but no other food item which contained meat. And in the vegetarian challenge, I wasn't allowed to give my Digimon any food items containing meat, including fish. Yeah, I had to use food items that would have been friendly with the diet of a vegetarian in one of the challenges, and friendly with the diet of a pescatarian in the other challenge. there could be other challenges that I've done for this game, but the ones that I've mentioned already, that pretty much does it for ones that I'm able to think of off the top of my head. This isn't the only Digimon game that I've done challenges for. I have also done challenges for Digimon World 2003, albeit not as many. You know, I've done a lot more challenges for this game than Digimon World 2003, but you know, I do, you know, still have I have still done, you know, videos for Digimon World 2003, which are available on YouTube, you know, available for viewing. I think the first challenge that I did for Digimon World 2003, I think it was back in 2012. It was a no gym, no equipment challenge, where I wasn't allowed to use the gym, and I also wasn't allowed to use any weapons or armours or accessories, and I was restricted to those rules for the whole of the challenge, and that did greatly restrict my stats, because I wasn't benefiting from being able to use the gym, nor was I benefiting from being able to use weapons or armours or accessories. I was allowed to, you know, like use items and, you know, digivolve and, you know, use techniques, use, you know, multiple Digimon, but, you know, the use of the gym wasn't allowed, and the use of weapons and armours and accessories wasn't allowed. The use of item chips was allowed, and eventually that made a big difference, because the towards the end, in the Amaterasu server, there is the item shop where you can buy item chips, and where I had to do a lot of grinding during the challenge, I ended up with a lot of money, and I was able to purchase a lot of item chips and give my stats a very tidy boost. Inspired from that, I later did a much harder challenge for Digimon World 2003. I think I started it in 2017. It was a no gym, no items, no counters, Coatmon solo, where, like with the other challenge, I wasn't allowed to use the gym. I wasn't allowed to use any weapons or armours or accessories or any items full stop. I wasn't allowed to use any items, so as well as not being able to use weapons and armours and accessories, I also wasn't allowed to use item chips, I wasn't allowed to use HP recovery items, I wasn't able to use, you know, any items at all. I also wasn't allowed to use any counters, no counter techniques, obviously no counter items because it was a no item challenge, but no items was part of the restriction, and it was also a Coatmon solo, in that Coatmon was the only rookie Digimon who I was allowed to use, I wasn't allowed to use any of the other rookie Digimon, and that meant being restricted to just one Digimon for the whole of the challenge. I was allowed to Digivolve, I was allowed to use techniques, but I was only allowed to use Coatmon, therefore only allowed to use Digimon that Coatmon was able to Digivolve to, only use techniques that those Digimon were able to learn. I wasn't allowed to use the gym, I wasn't allowed to use any items, I wasn't allowed to use any counters, and no no weapons, no armors, no accessories. That is included in the restriction of no items. So not only was I restricted when it came to stats, because I wasn't allowed to use the gym or any weapons or armors or accessories, I also wasn't allowed to use item chips, which restricted my stats even further, and I was only allowed to use Coatmon and his Digivolutions and the techniques from those Digivolutions. I wasn't allowed to use any other rookie Digimon, I wasn't able to use any counters, and the fact I wasn't allowed to use any items meant not being able to recover any HP or MP, and when it came to healing, I had to use healing techniques such as small heal, mega heal, full heal, techniques like that, but they obviously cost MP, and I wasn't allowed to recover MP because the use of items wasn't allowed, and although I was allowed to rest at the inns and recover HP and MP from doing that, I had no ways of recovering HP or MP during battles, that proved to be a much harder challenge. No gym, no equipment, no items, no counters, Coatmon solo proved to be a much harder challenge than the no gym, no equipment challenge, obviously. If I take a brief pause from talking about these challenges just to comment on this current challenge, then we are in the later stages of the 8th year. I think it was year 8, day 23, when we went to the back dimension. We are getting closer to year 9, day 1, and from there it will only be 2 years until year 11, day 1. We will only be 60 days away from the 10-year medal, and I believe that our Digimon at that time will reach the age of 240. Our Digimon must currently be 230 something. I'm thinking that their age at the moment must display as 23, which is 230 something. But year 9, day 1, they will become 240. It will only be 60 more days to go, only 2 more years to go. I think that year 9, day 1 would mark 80%. I think we would be 80% of the way there on year 9, day 1. This is where we make our next journey to the Dragon Eye Lake. The number of Digi-Sea-Basses that are in my inventory have fallen to the point where I would like to top them up. That's why I'm going to the Dragon Eye Lake. I've got 44 Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory, as you can see. But that will be 39, because after I let Etamon sleep, I will then give him 5 Digi-Sea-Basses, so that he can survive for the whole of tomorrow. So I'm here at the Dragon Eye Lake to use meats to catch the necessary number of black trouts, which is going to be 60. Then we will let Etamon sleep. We will give him 5 Digi-Sea-Basses, bringing us from 44 Digi-Sea-Basses down to 39 Digi-Sea-Basses, and then use the 60 black trouts to catch 60 Digi-Sea-Basses, bringing us back to 99 Digi-Sea-Basses. And once we've done that, we will return to the city and save and proceed with the day. But the fishing isn't going to end here. I've decided to do another load of intense fishing grinding. What I did before, which resulted in me having 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory, plus 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in the item bank, as well as 99 black trouts in my inventory, and 99 black trouts in the item bank. I'm going to be doing that again, and I'm going to end up with a total of 198 Digi-Sea-Basses and black trouts. At the moment, I'm going to be bringing the number of Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory up to 99 and returning to the city, like I said. But then when we get to the point where Etamon wants to sleep, I will then be returning to the Dragon Eye Lake, and I will either be catching 99 black trouts or 99 Digi-Sea-Basses, and then I will return on the following day at the time of when Etamon wants to sleep for more fishing, where again it will be 99 black trouts or 99 Digi-Sea-Basses. The way that I'll be fishing will be the same as the way that I fished when I did the grinding before. I'm going to fish so that I will eventually end up with 99 Digi-Sea-Basses and 99 black trouts in my inventory, as well as 99 Digi-Sea-Basses and 99 black trouts in the item bank. The way that I'm going to go about it is going to be the same. I'm going to be getting 99 of one of the... Well, in my inventory, I'm going to be getting one of the fish up to 99, and that can go into the item bank. I'll get the other fish up to 99, that can go into the item bank as well, and then get another 99 of each fish, which will remain in my inventory. I will come to the Dragon Eye Lake one day after the other, after the other, after the other. Etamon will want to sleep every time. I will sleep at the Dragon Eye Lake once half of the fishing has been done, and then give 5 Digi-Sea-Basses to Etamon after he wakes up, so that he'll be able to survive the day. And I will be keeping the Digi-Sea-Basses in my... The Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory, I will be keeping them topped up, which would require me to replace the 5 Digi-Sea-Basses that I'll give to my Digimon by catching 5 extra Digi-Sea-Basses. And it will work out, since I'm going to be fishing until I have 99 of a certain fish in my inventory, I would either be catching 104 black trouts or 104 Digi-Sea-Basses. The reason why I say 104 is because I will want to leave the Dragon Eye Lake with 99 in my inventory, and you need 5 extra for the 5 Digi-Sea-Basses that I will catch in order to replace the 5 that I will give to my Digimon. So if I want to end up with 99 black trouts in my inventory, in total I would need to catch 104, because I would need to use 5 of them to catch Digi-Sea-Basses to replace the 5 that I would give to my Digimon. And if I'm going to be ending up with 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory, then I'd have to catch 104, because 99 in my inventory plus the 5 extras that I would have to catch, because I would be giving 5 to my Digimon. So there we are with 99 Digi-Sea Basses in our inventory, but no other fish in our inventory at the moment. And this is where we return to the city and see the day through, but when we get to around 6 PM, the time that Etamon wants to sleep at, that will be when we will be heading back to the Dragon Eye Lake for more fishing. When I do the fishing, I edit the video, I speed the video up. I think I play it at 20 times the speed, where 1 minute would become 3 seconds, 1 hour would become 3 minutes. That's if I'm right and that I am playing the video at 20 times the speed. So every 3 seconds that you watch would really be a minute. Every 3 minutes that you watch would really be an hour. That's if it is 20 times the speed, if I'm remembering correctly. We don't need to use any Digi-Sea Basses to survive the day, but we have the maximum number of Digi-Sea Basses in our inventory, 99, and that means that we can't currently end up with a larger number of Digi-Sea Basses in our inventory. We can't currently catch any more by fishing, and if I was to keep the 99 Digi-Sea Basses in our inventory, then when returning to the Dragon Eye Lake, I would only be able to catch black trouts. For as long as there's 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory, I wouldn't be able to catch any more of them. So if I'm going to be keeping the 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory, then when I return to the Dragon Eye Lake, it will be to catch 99 black trouts. Well, end up with 99 black trouts, but technically catching 104, because I would have to feed another 5 Digi-Sea Basses to my Digimon in order to keep it alive for the following day, and that would put Digi-Sea Basses down to 94, and I would have to use 5 black trouts to catch 5 Digi-Sea Basses, getting us back up to 99. So technically I'd have to catch 104 black trouts, but I would leave the Dragon Eye Lake with 99 in my inventory. Catching 104 black trouts would require 104 meats, which is 5 more than how many I can have in my inventory, but not to worry, I can simply buy 5 extra meats from the vending machine at the Dragon Eye Lake, and that will solve that problem. The only way that I would be able to catch Digi-Sea Basses instead of black trouts would be by putting the Digi-Sea Basses that are in my inventory into the item bank, so that I would have the 99 Digi-Sea Basses in the item bank, but would have no Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory. And that would, create the opportunity to catch another 99 Digi-Sea Basses, which would remain in my inventory. Of course, I need to catch black trouts before being able to catch Digi-Sea Basses, and I don't currently have any black trouts. So I would need to catch black trouts first. If I go to the Dragon Eye Lake like planned and leave with 99 black trouts, then I would have, 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory, plus 99 black trouts in my inventory. And then, in order for me to be able to go further with the fishing, I would have to put one of those lots of fish into the item bank. It would create the space in the inventory for me to catch more of the fish, and the fish that would go into the item bank would be reserved there, and I would be able to use them later. I think I established that this would roughly give me 80 days supply. The 99 Digi-Sea Basses that I'd have in my inventory would give me the best part of 20 days, as would the 99 Digi-Sea Basses that I would have in the item bank. So that combined would come to 40 days. And then the 99 black trouts that would be in my inventory could be used to catch 99 Digi-Sea Basses, which would give me another 20 days, roughly. And the same would be true with the 99 black trouts that would be in the item bank. They could be used to catch another 99 Digi-Sea Basses, get the best part of another 20 days. All of that in total is 80 days, which I think would be more than enough in order for me to be able to survive for the rest of the challenge. We're not too far away from year 9, day 1. And that would mark 8 years of progress, 240 days of progress. All that would be left is 2 years, which is 60 days. So 80 days would be, 80 days supply would be more than enough for us to see the rest of the challenge through. We are currently 60-something days away. When we get to year 9, day 1, it will be 60 days exactly. But at the moment it's a bit more than 60 days, but when we are done with the fish grinding, we would have enough to survive for 80 days, which would be enough to get us up to year 11, day 1, which is when the 300 days are up, when the 10 years are up, and when we should be presented with the medal for surviving for 10 years. And did I say that the back dimension would be available on year 9, day 13, as well as year 10, day 3, and year 10, day 23? If so, then that's another 3 chain melons up for grabs, which would give us another 3 days, 3 more days of not needing to catch fish, not needing to give Digi-Sea Basses to our Digimon. And we're going about things in a way where we're going to be keeping the Digi-Sea Basses in our inventory topped up every time we come to the Dragoneye Lake, because I'm doing it so that I'm always coming here when my Digimon wants to sleep, letting my Digimon sleep once we're midway through the fishing, and then giving my Digimon 5 Digi-Seabasses after it wakes up, which would be enough to see the next day through, and I then replace those 5 Digi-Seabasses. So, you know, like I'm using 5 Digi-Seabasses, but I'm going to be replacing them. You know, the number of Digi-Seabasses we're going to be keeping topped up. Because every time we come to the Dragon Eye Lake, we're going to use 5 Digi-Seabasses, but then replace them by catching 5 more Digi-Seabasses. That way, by the time the grinding is done, I would definitely have 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory and in the item bank, as well as 99 black trouts in my inventory and in the item bank. This is the bit where I give 5 Digi-Seabasses to Etamon, reducing the total from 99 to 94, but fear not, I used 55 meats to catch 55 black trouts, putting myself up to 55 black trouts and down to 44 meats. I then used the vending machine to purchase 5 meats, putting my total of meats up to 49. And now I'm going to use 5 of the black trouts to catch 5 Digi-Seabasses, replacing the 5 Digi-Seabasses that I just gave to my Digimon, putting the number of Digi-Seabasses from 94 back up to 99. While reducing the number of black trouts from 55 to 50, but then with the other 49 meats that we've got in our inventory, we can catch another 49 black trouts, bringing our number of black trouts up to 99 and our number of meats down to 0. But we can replace those meats by purchasing another 99 at the item shop, ready for later today when we will be returning to the Dragon Eye Lake. And any unsuccessful catches that I might have can be resolved by purchasing more meat from the vending machine, which is really no big deal whatsoever. When I return to the city, I'm going to have 99 black trouts in my inventory, as well as 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory. And then to be able to go further, I would have to either put the 99 Digi-Seabasses into the item bank, or put the 99 black trouts into the item bank. If I was to put the 99 Digi-Seabasses into the item bank, then I would be able to return to the Dragon Eye Lake and use the 99 black trouts that are in my inventory to catch 99 Digi-Seabasses, so that I would then have 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory and in the item bank. Or put the 99 black trouts into the item bank, keeping the 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory, and then go into the Dragon Eye Lake and catch in 99 black trouts, so that I would have 99 black trouts in my inventory and in the item bank, as well as still having the 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory. But either way, more work will still need to be done. Because having 99 Digi-Seabasses in the inventory and in the item bank is not the job completely done, because I wouldn't have any black trouts. I would need to catch black trouts so that I would end up with 99 of them in my inventory and in the item bank. And if I was to go about things where I would have 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory plus 99 black trouts in my inventory and in the item bank, then that wouldn't be job done either, because I would still be lacking another 99 Digi-Sea-Basses, and to resolve the problem I would have to put the 99 Digi-Sea-Basses from my inventory into the item bank, and then use the 99 black trouts that are in my inventory to catch 99 Digi-Sea-Basses. That would leave me with 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory and in the item bank, as well as 99 black trouts in the item bank, but I would still need to catch another 99 black trouts, because I wouldn't have any black trouts in my inventory, so I would have to catch 99 black trouts so that I would then have 99 black trouts in my inventory, plus 99 in the item bank, and 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory and in the item bank, totaling to 198 of each fish, 198 Digi-Sea-Basses, 198 black trouts, which combined is 396 fish. But for the time being, we are just proceeding through the day like normal. I don't want to return to the Dragon Eye Lake until Etamon wants to sleep. It works out ideal to go to the Dragon Eye Lake when my Digimon wants to sleep. Yeah, I can, do half of the fishing and then sleep and save. That would, secure the progress that's been done so far. By sleeping, it gives me the opportunity to save, and also takes us forward to the following day, where I can then keep my Digimon alive for the rest of that day by giving them 5 Digi-Sea-Basses after they wake up. And I can then do the rest of the fishing, the other half of the fishing, and then return to the city and save, and that will then secure the other progress that's been made up to that point. It's 12 PM at the moment, 6 hours until 6 PM. We need to replace our meats. So, as far as meat is concerned, we are now equipped for the rest of the Dragon Eye Lake. But we can't be going to the Dragon Eye Lake with 99 Digi-Sea-Basses and 99 black trouts in our inventory. That would make it impossible to catch any more of either of those fish, because we would already be at the maximum, our inventory. We wouldn't be able to have any more of the fish in our inventory. This is the last time Etamon's going to be needing the toilet today, and it's only just over an hour until 6 PM. Into the item bank we go. The Digi Basses have been put into the item bank, as you can see for yourselves, leaving us with 99 black trouts in our inventory, but not any Digi Basses in our inventory. But fear not, when we return to the Dragon Eye Lake, those 99 black trouts are going to be turned into 99 Digi Basses. In other words, they are going to be used as bait to catch Digi Basses. I will want to catch a certain number of Digi Basses first, then sleep and save, then give 5 Digi Basses to Etamon, then use 5 meats to catch 5 black trouts, because I would, if I'm going to be giving 5 Digi Basses to Etamon, then in order to end up with 99 Digi Basses in my inventory, I would have to catch 104 Digi Basses in total, which would require 104 black trouts. So that's why when I catch, after I catch a certain number of Digi Basses and sleep and save and, you know, feed 5 Digi Basses to Etamon, another 5 black trouts would be needed so that I would have enough black trouts in order to be able to catch the appropriate number of Digi Basses in order to bring the number of Digi Basses in our inventory up to 99. So catch a certain number of Digi Basses, 55 sounds like a sensible amount. That would reduce us to 44 black trouts. Then catch 5 black trouts, bring in the number of black trouts up to 49, bring in the number of meats down to 94, sleep, save, give 5 Digi Basses to Etamon, bring in the number of Digi Basses from 55 down to 50, and then use the 49 other black trouts to catch another 49 Digi Basses, leaving us with 99 Digi Basses in our inventory and no black trouts. but we would have 99 Digi-Seabasses in our inventory, plus 99 Digi-Seabasses in the item bank, a total of 198 Digi-Seabasses, roughly enough to survive for 40 days. And then the other trips that we make to the Dragon Eye Lake would be for catching black trouts. I think I would have to come to the Dragon Eye Lake twice more, once so that I would end up with the 99 black trouts that would be going into the item bank, and then again so that I could catch the 99 black trouts that would be staying in my inventory. And each time I would have to really be catching 104 black trouts, because after letting Etamon sleep, I would then give him 5 Digi-Seabasses, which I would have to replace by catching 5 Digi-Seabasses with 5 black trouts, reducing our number of black trouts by 5, and I would then have to purchase 5 meats from the vending machine so that I would have enough meats in order to be able to catch enough black trouts in order to have 99 black trouts in the inventory once we are done with the fishing and will be leaving the Dragon Eye Lake. You can see we've got 55 Digi-Seabasses in our inventory, which is about to go down to 50. But we've got the 49 black trouts in our inventory, and we will use those to catch the other 49 Digi-Seabasses, bringing us up to 99 Digi-Seabasses, and we will return to the city, being able to survive the rest of today, because I would have already given 5 Digi-Seabasses to Etamon. Okay, half the job is done. We're now left with the other half, which is catching the rest of the Digi-Seabasses. And I think that the next 2 days, or however long it is, I think it should be simple enough when we're done here. Return to the city, make it through the day until around the time that Etamon wants to sleep, return to the Dragon Eye Lake, catch 55 black trouts with 55 meats, going from 0 black trouts to 55 black trouts, and going from 99 meats to 44 meats, then purchasing 5 meats from the vending machine, going from 44 meats to 49 meats, sleep, save, give 5 Digi-Seabasses to Etamon, going from 99 Digi-Seabasses down to 94 Digi-Seabasses, use 5 black trouts to catch 5 Digi-Seabasses, going from 94 Digi-Seabasses to 99 Digi-Seabasses, and going from 55 black trouts to 50 black trouts, then use the 49 other meats to catch 49 more black trouts, going from 50 black trouts to 99 black trouts, and going from 49 meats to 0 meats. Return to the city, make it through, well, proceed through the day, return to the, well, put the 99 black trouts into the item bank, replace the 99 meats by going to the item shop, return to the Dragon Eye Lake when Etamon wants to sleep, and then pretty much repeat the same actions as the previous day. Use 55 meats to catch 55 black trouts, going from 0 black trouts to 55 black trouts, going from 99 meats to 44 meats. Purchase 5 meats at the vending machine, going from 44 meats to 49 meats. Sleep, save, give 5 Digi-Seabasses to Etamon so that he'll survive the day, reducing us from 99 Digi-Seabasses to 94 Digi-Seabasses. Use 5 black trouts to replace those Digi-Seabasses, use 5 black trouts to catch 5 Digi-Seabasses, going from 94 Digi-Seabasses to 99 Digi-Seabasses, going from 55 black trouts to 50 black trouts, and then using the 49 meats to catch 49 black trouts, going from 50 black trouts to 99 black trouts, and going from 49 meats to 0 meats. We can replace those 99 meats again by simply buying more at the item shop, and we would then be in the best possible position of having 99 Digi-Seabasses in our inventory and in the item bank, as well as 99 black trouts in our inventory and in the item bank. The Digi-Seabasses we will be able to live off no problem. We would just have to feed them to our Digimon accordingly in order to survive each day. As for the black trouts, well, we would have to return to the Dragon Eye Lake so that we could use the 99 black trouts to catch 99 Digi-Seabasses. So we wouldn't be completely done with the fishing, because we would still have to use the black trouts that we've got to catch Digi-Seabasses. But if we are in a position where we've already got the black trouts, then that's half the job done. We would only have to do the other half of using the black trouts to catch the Digi-Seabasses. We would be saving ourselves an awful lot of work by having 99 of each fish in our inventory and in the item bank, because then the only other fishing left to do would be using those black trouts to catch Digi-Seabasses, but everything else would be done. The 198 Digi-Seabasses would be caught already. The 198 black trouts would be caught already. We would just have to use, those black trouts to catch the other Digi-Seabasses. With the next 2 days, it seems that we need to catch 208 black trouts and 10 Digi-Seabasses, and then we would be in the dream position of having 198 of each fish. The Digi-Seabasses would keep us going for about 40 days, and if we were to use the black trouts to catch more Digi-Seabasses, then that would keep us going for the best part of another 40 days. That's 80 days, which is more than what we need. So it's all starting to look more positive. Progress is becoming increasingly noticeable. We are getting, closer to year 11, day 1. We are getting closer to having a sufficient supply of fish in order to be able to last until year 11, day 1. The way that we're doing things, I'm currently using more sirloins than what I have been during previous days. Feeding more sirloins to Etamon, and that's because by force feeding the 5 Digi-Seabasses to Etamon at the start of each day, has meant not feeding him Digi-Seabasses when he's wanted to eat during the day, and giving him sirloins instead. It does mean that, we have been using more sirloins of late, but that's really no big deal, no problem. We've got plenty in our inventory for the time being, and there's another 99 in the item bank should we need them. We're about to go down to 38 sirloins, but including the stash that we've got in the item bank, that's 137 sirloins in total. And on each day we are getting between 3 to 5 sirloins. Sometimes Digimon gives us 3, sometimes he gives us 5. So, each day we're getting, between 3 to 5 extra sirloins. I will return to gameplay, I just paused here. The video is speeded up, as you are able to see for yourselves, and we have now returned to gameplay. Right, let's catch those black trouts. half the job done. 55 black trouts, 44 meats. Let's use the ridiculously expensive vending machine to replace, well, to get an extra 5 meats. I don't really begrudge paying the really... I don't really begrudge paying for the really expensive meat from that vending machine. Because I am in a position where I have more money than cents, and am therefore willing to, you know, pay what the vending machine charges. Although saying that I have more money than cents isn't really saying much, because my cents is at 0. I have no cents whatsoever, and so even if I had just 100 bits, I would still have more money than cents, because 100 is more than 0. 0 is where my cents is at, so if my money is anything above 0, then I've got more money than cents. And it's just a good thing that in this instance our money is a lot higher than 0. A lot higher than 0. I think our money is about 700,000. So if my cents is at 0, then we have far more money than cents. Plenty of money to be thrown around and wasting on expensive conveniences. The expensive convenience being the fact that there's a vending machine where we are able to get meat when we need it at the expense of 300 bits, which is 6 times what you would usually have to pay for meat. But I'm willing to pay for the very expensive convenience. And after giving Digi-Seabasses to Etamon and replacing the Digi-Seabasses, now we are back to catching black trouts. And that is us done. 99 black trouts in our inventory to be put into the item bank, leaving us, well, so that we would have in the item bank 99 Digi Basses plus 99 black trouts, and we would also have 99 Digi Basses in our inventory, and I believe that that would leave us in a position where we now only need to make one more trip to the Dragon Eye Lake in order to be done with this grinding. I think that we have to go back to the Dragon Eye Lake just once more to get 99 black trouts in our inventory, and then that will be the grinding done for the time being. Because we would have 99 Digi Basses and 99 black trouts in our inventory and in the item bank. We are required to put the 99 black trouts into the item bank, and we are required to go to the item shop and buy 99 meats. Plenty of time to do that though. I don't want to return to the Dragon Eye Lake until Etamon wants to sleep, which is currently about 11 hours away. Make that 10 hours. Make that 9 hours. Now 8 hours. 7 hours. And we really need to be going to the clinic because we haven't rested yet today. Don't want to be seeing the sweat bubble now, do we? The being done with the intense fishing grinding that we've taken on would be a nice milestone, a pleasant milestone, and it's not the only milestone that's on the horizon, because we are also getting close to year 9 day 1, which would bring us up to 8 out of 10 years, 240 out of 300 days. We would only have 2 years left to see through, 60 days left to see through. We would be 80% of the way there, 4/5 of the way there. Our Digimon would reach the age of 240. and you know, we would be the majority of the way there, quite a big majority. And yeah, there wouldn't be too much more left to do. 2 years isn't really much, considering, well, being 2 years away really isn't a great deal, considering that when we started we were 10 years away. Being 60 days away isn't a great deal, considering we were 300 days away. You know, 2 years is still 2 years, 60 days is still 60 days, but it's, you know, what's left to do is a lot less than what was left to do. You know, 2 years, 60 days, it's not much considering what we've already done. It's not much considering what we had to do at one point and what we've already done. You know, what's left to do is only a minority if you're, you know, going to look at it from fractions and percentages. Then, you know, I think that, you know, year 9, day 1 would, you know, act as a big milestone, act as a big mark of progress. It's about half an hour until Etamon should be showing the sleep bubble. I will wait for that to happen before making a start with the fishing. Okay, and he wants to eat it as well, that's good. If you can remember our actions from when we came to the Dragon Eye Lake the last time, then you should be able to predict what's going to happen this time. Because we're going to be pretty much repeating the same actions. At the moment we are at the stage of catching the first lot of black trouts. 55, I believe, is the number. First stage done. 55 black trouts. Vending machine, I need you. And the good thing about the vending machines in this game is that when you use them, the items always seem to come out. The items never seem to get stuck in the vending machine, which in real life is quite a common problem. In the real world, it's quite common for you to use a vending machine and for the item to get stuck in the vending machine and not come out correct, and not be successful with coming out. The item doesn't come out, it gets stuck, which is always very annoying when that happens, and sometimes vending machines shortchange you as well. But in the Digimon world, you don't seem to have problems with vending machines. They seem to be reliable, they seem to work, unlike the vending machines in the real world, which are, good at making a nuisance of themselves. They're very prone to playing up and frustrating you. Although with the Digimon world, you probably don't need to do things the honest way when it comes to vending machines. You probably don't need to put money in and have the item come out. You could probably, just get your Digimon to smash open the vending machine, pick it up and slam it on the ground and just smash it open, and then all of the items are yours for free. But it seems that in the Digimon world, the people and the Digimon want to do things the honest way. They don't want to smash open the vending machine and get stuff for free. They seem to want to, respect morals, respect honesty, and do things the honest way. I think there are quite a lot of ways in which things in the game could be easier if you were to bend the rules. It's like when it comes to fishing, if you had like Waymon as your Digimon, then instead of having to catch the fish with a fishing rod, you could probably just put Waymon into the water and have him swim at the fish and open his mouth and then with the right timing, end up putting a load of the fish into his mouth, not swallowing them, just opening his mouth, closing it at the right time and consuming a load of fish, and then spitting the fish out onto the land so that your character then has loads of fish, saves you from having to use the fishing rod and do things the hard way. Just put Waymon in and get Waymon to consume a load of fish and then spit them back out, and boom, you got a load of fish the easy way. But it seems that with this game there's not really any rule breaking. Seems you have to do things the legitimate way. Grinding done, no more fishing required for the time being. No more fish required until tomorrow. We've already given Etamon 5 Digi-Sea-Basses today. So we won't need to use any fish until tomorrow, year 8, day 30. And then it's only and then from then it would only be one more day until year 9, day 1. Tomorrow is year 8, day 30, the day before year 9, day 1. So yes, 99 black trouts and 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in the item bank, plus 99 sirloins as well, which is a lot less important. And yes, we've also got 99 Digi-Sea-Basses and 99 black trouts in our inventory, plus X number of sirloins, which again is less important. So with us done with the Dragon Eye Lake for the time being, we are now going to go back to spending most of each day in the city. We are going to be trying to pass as much time as quickly as possible, and like with before, we are going to be aiming to achieve this by training, resting and sleeping. I don't think our next break from the city will be until our next visit to the back dimension, which I think is due on year 9, day 13, because I think we last went there on year 8, day 23, and 20 days after that would be year 9, day 13, I believe. So I think the back dimension is next due on year 9, day 13, and I think that that will be our next break from the city, our next break from what we are going to be doing for the time being. More of the same, more of me in the city, trying to get through the days as quickly as possible, hunting that 10-year medal, needing to use Digi-Sea-Basses in order to stay alive, and we're not done with the Dragon Eye Lake, but I think that our next trip to the Dragon Eye Lake is going to come after our next trip to the back dimension, because I think we've got more than enough Digi-Sea-Basses in order for us to get by just fine for the time being. I can't imagine us needing to go to the Dragon Eye Lake prior to our next visit to the back dimension, which I think is due on year 9, day 13, which I think is about 15 days away. Or is it 14? If it was year 8, day 23, and it's now year 8, day 29, then the last back dimension was 6 days ago. Subtract that from 20, that's 14. So surely it's 14 days until our next trip to the back dimension. I think today and tomorrow are the only other days in which our age is going to show as 23. On year 9, day 1, surely our age is going to show as 24. I believe we are entering the last day of year 8. Year 8, day 30. Make it through today, and it should be year 9, day 1. Our age should show as 24, which really is 240. I am looking forward to tomorrow, reaching year 9, day 1. I am looking forward to the back dimension, which I think will be on year 9, day 13. But for the foreseeable future, that's pretty much the only things that I am looking forward to. I'm not looking forward to repeating my same actions day after day after day, just trying to get through each day as quickly as possible, doing the same things over and over again. I'm not looking forward to returning to the Dragon Eye Lake, a place that we are not yet done with. More fishing is inevitable. More fishing is a certainty. It's not something that we are done with yet. Speaking about the years the way that I do, it kind of reminds me of like school days. It's like, oh, we're done with year 1, moving on to year 2. Done with year 2, moving on to year 3. getting a new teacher, you know, getting closer to moving on to the next school. You know, the way that I'm talking about the years in this game, it does make me think of school, you know, school days where, you know, you were, you know, in a year group each year, you know, you were part of a year group, you know, you were known for the year that you were in, you know, be it year 1, year 5, year 10, whatever year it might be. And it's just having the years in this game, although it's got nothing to do with school, it's just the way that I've been talking about it does kind of remind me of school days. It does make me think of school. And we are at the end of year 8, moving on to year 9. Year 9, day 1, 2 years left, 60 days left, 2 years until year 11, day 1, 60 days left until year 11, day 1. Year 11, day 1 is the start of year 11, the end of year 10. Year 11, day 1 is the point in which you have been playing for 10 years, playing for 300 days. Year 11, day 1 is when you will be given the medal for surviving for 10 years, surviving for 300 days, the 10-year medal. We've only got another 2 years left to go, another 60 days left to go, and yeah, our age should now be showing as 24 instead of 23, which obviously is 240 instead of 230. It is a nice feeling though, the knowledge that we've done 80% of what we need to do. You know, out of what needs to be done, we've only got 20% left to do. We've only got 1/5 left to do. We've already done the other 80%, the other 4/5. You know, we are strongly in the majority. You know, we have done a strong majority of what needs to be done. Would it be justifiable to say that we are most of the way there? I mean, is 80% most? Or is 80% just a majority? I'm not sure, but if we're not most of the way there, we are at least the majority of the way there. I don't know if 80% is enough in order for you to say most. I mean, it is enough in order for you to say majority. Anything over 50% is enough for you to say majority. I'm just not sure about most. our age is showing as 24, which, like I said, is 240. Yeah, we've entered a new decade. Etamon is 60 days away from being 300, which is the age that he will be once 10 years have gone by, which is now only 2 years away, only 60 days away. I was earlier talking about challenges that I've done for this game, as well as Digimon World 2003. Then I got distracted because I then started to comment on this challenge, comment on things that were happening in this challenge. But I would like to continue to talk about challenges that I've done for this game and Digimon World 2003. I think I commented on all of the challenges that I've done for this game, all of the playthroughs that I've done for this game, or at least the ones I was able to think of. Digimon World 2003, I don't think I mentioned everything. I think I mentioned the no gym, no equipment challenge, plus the no gym, no equipment, no items, no counters, Kotemon solo challenge. I think that was as far as I had made it when I was talking about the game and the videos that I've done. I have also done a no physical attacks challenge for Digimon World 2003, a challenge where I wasn't allowed to use any physical attacks. That means not being allowed to use any standard attack, because all standard attacks in that game are physical attacks, and I also wasn't allowed to use techniques where the attacks were physical. I was only allowed to use special attacks, and that meant only being allowed to use certain techniques. I was only allowed to use techniques where the attacks were special. I wasn't allowed to use techniques that did physical attacks, nor was I allowed to use regular attacks, because all regular attacks are physical attacks. And that was a challenge where the attack stat was completely useless because I wasn't allowed to use any physical attacks. Spirit, Wisdom and MP were particularly valuable because you need MP in order to be able to use techniques, and the only way that you can use special attacks is by using techniques, which costs MP, and Spirit affects how powerful your special attacks are, whereas wisdom is effectively your special speed. It affects the likelihood of opposing Digimon blocking special attacks that you use against them, and it also affects the likelihood of you blocking special attacks that are used against you. So spirit and wisdom were very important to help with how powerful your special attacks were, as well as how likely you were to successfully hurt the Digimon with your attacks, because you didn't want opposing enemies to be blocking your attacks. MP was needed in order to be able to use techniques. Speed was important as well, because that affected... speed affects the frequency of your turns, and also affects the likelihood of you blocking physical attacks that are used against you, which was useful for this challenge. Speed also affects the likelihood of opposing Digimon blocking physical attacks that are used against them, but the use of physical attacks was prohibited, so that side of speed wasn't useful. And that was a challenge that I did, and I had to do the whole game, including the extra stuff after the final boss. And I used Renamon for most of the challenge, because she struck me as a very good choice of Digimon. She has high MP, and she has very good spirit and wisdom, and those were three very significant stats for the challenge. She has very low physical attack, but physical attack was useless for the challenge. She also has very low defense, low HP, and not particularly good speed, but we were able to help with defense and speed by the use of the gym, as well as the use of armors. HP was harder to do something about, but by having better defense, that made us, that meant that attacks were doing less damage, which required us to have less HP in order to survive attacks. I also did a No Techniques challenge for Digimon World 2003, which was kind of the opposite challenge to the No Physical Attacks challenge. With the No Techniques challenge, I was only allowed to use regular attacks. I wasn't allowed to use any techniques, no techniques whatsoever. I was restricted wholly to only being allowed to use regular attacks, which do physical damage. And for that challenge, attack was a very important stat, because that affects how much damage you do with physical attacks. Speed was very important, because that affects your frequency of turns, as well as the likelihood of opposing Digimon blocking your physical attacks and the likelihood of you blocking physical attacks that are used against you. HP was important, defense was important, higher defense meant sustaining less damage from physical attacks that are used against you. More HP means, being able to survive more attacks, being able to withstand larger amounts of damage. Wisdom had some value because it affects the likelihood of you blocking special attacks that are used against you. But the other side of wisdom, the likelihood of opposing Digimon blocking special attacks that are used against you, that was useless. Spirit was useless because the use of techniques wasn't allowed, which meant that the use of special attacks wasn't possible. That made Spirit useless, and MP was also useless because of the fact that you weren't allowed to use any techniques. And techniques cost MP, but the use of techniques was not allowed. And in that challenge I used Kumamon for the most part, because he has excellent HP, excellent speed, excellent defense, good attack, good wisdom, terrible spirit, and terrible MP, but both of those stats were useless for the challenge that I was doing. I have also done an overpowered run for Digimon World 2003, which started with the battle against Master Tyrannomon, who would usually be one of the first two bosses that you would battle. Usually the first boss that you battle would either be Master Tyrannomon or Pharaohmon. In the overpowered run I did Master Tyrannomon first. He was the first boss who I battled, and the overpowered run started with the Master Tyrannomon battle, and for most of the game, I was using Coatmon for the overpowered run, and for most of the game, most of the overpowered run, Coatmon was at level 99. His attack, defense, spirit, wisdom, and speed were all at the maximum or thereabouts, and I also had the Digivolutions of very overpowered Digimon, as well as having very overpowered techniques. And this required doing a tremendous amount of grinding, and most of which was done prior to battling Master Tyrannomon. I started off by grinding by just battling the Digimon in the central sector and east sector, but once I had, gotten a bit stronger, I then moved on to grinding with the fishing rod, where to begin with I used the fishing rod to encounter Colamon at the East Sector, a Digimon who you get 40 experience from, which is more than any of the random Digimon who you can encounter in the Central Sector and East Sector. Once I had gotten better, I then moved on to catching Machinedramons, who get you 58 experience, and then when I was even better, I moved on to catching Divamons, who get you 118 experience. When fishing for the Colamons, I fished at the Wire Forest. When fishing for the Machinedramons, I fished at the Kicking Forest. When fishing for the Divamons, I fished at Divamons Lake. And I did most of the grinding by defeating Divamon over and over again, getting 118 experience per time. I ensured that I had equipped the best weapons and armors and accessories that were available to me, and I also trained at the gym and made sure that I initially prioritized the stats that would be most valuable for an overpowered run. So, you know, attack, spirit, speed, wisdom, and I made sure that the training went perfectly every time. I would save before training, I would then train, and if my Digimon failed just once when training, then I would reload and try again. I would ensure that my Digimon wouldn't have a single failure when training. I would make sure that the training would go perfectly, and if the training did go perfectly, then I would save before doing more training, and again I would reload if the training didn't go perfectly. That way I was able to end up with the best possible stats, and that made the overpowered run possible. And yeah, that's one overpowered run that I've done for Digimon World 2003 versus 5 overpowered runs that I've done for this game. I do have I am starting to get low on ideas for challenges to do for this game, but I don't want to be done with this game. I don't want to be done with challenges. I would like to do more videos for this game, more playthroughs, more challenges, but I am starting to run low on ideas. I remember when I was doing commentary for a different challenge, I said about a challenge that somebody else did for this game. It was a 100 prosperity points with 1 lifespan challenge. A challenge where the person had to obtain 100 prosperity points and was restricted to just 1 lifespan for the whole of it. And I said that the idea of me doing that challenge didn't appeal to me because firstly I effectively already did that challenge when I did a no gym, no item chips challenge for this game, because in the no gym, no item chips challenge that I did for this game, I earned 100 prosperity points, and I did it with just 1 lifespan, which meant that the challenge had essentially already been done. And I also said that there was a different challenge that I was planning on doing, which would make the 100 prosperity points with 1 lifespan challenge obsolete, because the challenge that I was planning on doing, part of the challenge would require me to get 100 prosperity points with just 1 lifespan, but there was going to be other challenges within the challenge, other obstacles, making it an even harder challenge, making it unnecessary to do a 100 prosperity points with 1 lifespan challenge. And the challenge that I was talking about was this one. I was planning on doing a maximum progress with 1 lifespan challenge, and by doing such a challenge it would surely remove any need to do a 100 prosperity points with 1 lifespan challenge, because having to get 100 prosperity points with 1 lifespan is part of the challenge that I'm doing here. This is a challenge where I'm trying to get as many medals as physically possible with 1 lifespan, including the medal that you get for getting 100 prosperity points, surely taking away any logical point in doing a maximum progress with, a 100 prosperity points with 1 lifespan challenge. Another idea that did occur to me was a no finish challenge, a challenge where I wouldn't be allowed to use any finishes, but I've already done challenges where I was going by certain restrictions, where because of those restrictions I wasn't allowed to use finishes, as well as having other restrictions as well, like the no commands challenge. I wasn't allowed to use finishes, but I also wasn't allowed to use in battle items. I wasn't allowed to use items during battles, and also wasn't allowed to command my Digimon in any sort of way. So no finishes was included in that challenge, and there were, further restrictions as well. The Spitfire solo challenge and the Sonic Jab solo challenge, I wasn't allowed to use finishes in either of those challenges. So I've already done challenges where I wasn't allowed to use finishes, but there were other restrictions as well. And if I was to do a no finish challenge, then I feel like that would just be an easier addition of challenges that I've already done, because I've pretty much already done a no finish challenge by doing other challenges where no finishes was part of the restriction. I was going by rules where I wasn't allowed to use finishes, as well as, having to follow other restrictions as well, and that makes a no finish challenge seem obsolete, in my opinion. Well, there are 2 or 3 other challenges that I can think of that I haven't yet done. One of them is a vaccine solo challenge, where I would be restricted to only being allowed to have vaccine Digimon as my partner Digimon. So a challenge where I would aim to complete the game, aim to achieve as many prosperity points as possible, but I would be restricted to only being allowed to use vaccine Digimon, only being allowed to have vaccine Digimon as my partner Digimon. You know, it would be a vaccine Digimon solo challenge. And out of the 2 Digimon who you can start the game with, Agumon and Gabumon, Agumon is a vaccine Digimon, Gabumon is a data Digimon, meaning that to do a vaccine solo challenge, I would have to begin the game with Agumon, and I would only be allowed to Digivolve to a... Yeah, when Agumon digivolves to a champion Digimon, the champion Digimon that he digivolves to would have to be a vaccine Digimon. And if I was to digivolve further, if the champion Digimon was to digivolve to an ultimate Digimon, then the ultimate Digimon would also have to be a vaccine Digimon. That was a challenge that I had thought of, and a challenge that I haven't yet done but do like the idea of. I wouldn't be able to finish with 100 prosperity points, because in order for Muncimon's recruit to be possible, I would have to digivolve from a rookie Digimon to Numamon, and then digivolve from Numamon to Muncimon. Numamon is a virus Digimon, and so digivolving to Numamon would be against the rules, and that would rule out the possibility of being able to recruit Muncimon and also Nanimon. And seeing as vaccine Digimon can't enter Greylord's mansion, it would seem that Skull Greymon's recruit would also be out of the question. Apologies, I was getting a bit distracted by a staff member knocking on my door. So Muncimon, Nanimon, Skull Greymon, they wouldn't be recruitable, and that immediately would bring the highest possible number of prosperity points from 100 down to 93. And there would also be the question of Frigimon and whether or not he would be recruitable. I would have to get sick in Friesland with a vaccine Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather very well, and get rescued by Frigimon, and then return to Frigimon with a vaccine Digimon who can tolerate cold weather, and speak to Frigimon, and he would join the city afterwards. The first part of Frigimon's recruit could be done with Agumon. He's a vaccine Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather very well. out of his possible Digi-evolutions, I know Greymon is a vaccine type. And he also can't tolerate cold weather very well, which means that the first part of Frigimon's recruit could also be done with Greymon. You know, it could be done with Agumon, could be done with Greymon, but a different vaccine Digimon would be needed for the second part of Frigimon's recruit. And I'd probably have to look at all of the different Digimon that Agumon can Digivolve to, and you know what types those Digimon are, and what Digimon they can Digivolve to, and what types they are, because you know, I would want to recruit Frigimon if it's possible to. And not only would natural Digivolutions be available to me, but special Digivolutions would also be available to me, and Digivolution items as well. So, you know, it might be a case of get rescued by Frigimon with Agumon, then Digivolve to a vaccine Digimon who can tolerate cold weather, and I would then be able to, you know, recruit Frigimon with that Digimon. If I was to Digivolve from Agumon to a champion Digimon, a vaccine champion Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather, then I would have to Digivolve again, you know, from the champion Digimon to a different Digimon, most likely an ultimate Digimon, who would have to be a vaccine Digimon who can tolerate cold weather. So, you know, Frigimon's recruit is something that would need careful consideration. There might be other recruits that would also require careful consideration, but Skullgreymon, Muncymon, Nannymon, those recruits would surely be impossible. Angemon's recruit should be just fine. I should be able to enter Ice Sanctuary just fine if I'm going to be using a vaccine Digimon. You know, vaccine Digimon can enter Ice Sanctuary the normal way. And yeah, that was one idea that I had, a vaccine Digimon solo challenge. Another idea is a data Digimon solo challenge, where I would have to start the game with Gabumon, because he's a data Digimon, and I would then be restricted to only being allowed to have data Digimon, and that means that Gabumon would have to, when Gabumon digivolves to a champion, it would have to be a champion who is a data type, and if the champion was to digivolve to an ultimate, then the ultimate would have to be a data type. The vaccine solo would mean starting with Agumon, who is a vaccine type. The data solo would mean starting with Gabumon, who is a data type. And the vaccine solo would mean only being able to digivolve to Digimon who are also vaccine types. The data solo would mean only being able to digivolve to Digimon who are also data types. Like with the vaccine solo, Skullgreymon presumably wouldn't be recruitable, because data Digimon also can't enter Greylord's Mansion. It's only virus Digimon that can. And the recruitment of Muncymon and Nannymon surely wouldn't be possible either, because of the fact that I would have to Digivolve from a rookie to Numamon, and then from Numamon to Muncymon. Numamon is a virus type, Muncymon is a vaccine type. Both types would not be allowed in a data solo challenge. That again means that 100 prosperity points would surely not be possible, and 93 prosperity points would seem to be the highest that's possible. And then there's also the question of Frigimon. It's not possible to do, I don't think it's possible to do the first part of Frigimon's recruit with Gabumon, because I think that Gabumon is able to tolerate cold weather, and so I don't think Frigimon would rescue us if we were to make Gabumon sick in Friesland. So if Frigimon was to be recruitable, we would have to Digivolve to a data Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather, so that Frigimon would rescue us, and that would be the first part of Frigimon's recruit sorted. And then we would have to Digivolve to another data Digimon who can tolerate cold weather, and then return to Frigimon to recruit him. I would have to study all of the different possible Digivolutions, natural Digivolutions, including special Digivolutions, and Digivolution items that would be available to me. But Frigimon might be recruitable, and all of the other Digimon, apart from Skullgreymon, Muncymon, and Nannymon, seem like they would be recruitable. And then there's also the question of a virus solo challenge, a challenge where I'm only allowed to use virus Digimon. And unfortunately, it's not possible to start the game with a virus Digimon. You have the choice of just two Digimon, Agumon and Gabumon. One is a vaccine type, one is a data type. So immediately it wouldn't be possible to begin the game with a virus type. And because of that, we would probably have to alter the rules of the challenge slightly. It would have to be permitted for us to begin the game with a non-virus Digimon, because of the impossibility of us starting the game with any other Digimon. We can only start the game with a vaccine Digimon or a data Digimon. It might be possible to Digivolve to a virus Digimon. There's a special Digivolution where it's possible to Digivolve from a rookie Digimon to Barkamon. If you lose a life, then there's a small chance that a rookie Digimon... Well, if you lose a life with a rookie Digimon, then there's a small chance that the Digimon will Digivolve to Barkamon. That's a special Digivolution, and Barkamon is a virus Digimon. Other special Digivolutions include Sukamon, Numamon and Nanimon, all of whom are virus types. Although they don't strike me as particularly useful Digimon to Digivolve to. They are generally considered to be the 3 worst Digimon in the game, and I don't want to generate a risk of the challenge being seen as a filth Digimon solo, and that would be a risk if I was to, you know, Digivolve to Sukamon or Numamon or Nanimon and use them for the challenge, or at least a portion of the challenge. I've already done Sukamon solos, and that makes me not want to Digivolve to Sukamon and not want to Digivolve to any filth Digimon. So Barkamon strikes me as a much better choice than Sukamon or Numamon or Nanimon. So one option would be to begin the game with Agumon or Gabumon, don't make any progress with them, Digivolve to a virus Digimon, and it sounds like Barkamon would probably be the best choice, and then start to make progress, and that would pretty much be when the virus solo starts. You know, Digivolve to a virus Digimon, and then start to make progress with the game, and that is pretty much when the challenge would start. It would be because I would then have a virus Digimon and could then start to make progress. That's one possibility. A positive thing is that Skull Greymon would surely be recruitable in a virus solo challenge, because virus Digimon can enter Greylord's mansion, and that would surely make Skull Greymon recruitable, who I don't think would be recruitable in a vaccine solo or a data solo. But Muncymon and Nanimon still wouldn't be recruitable, because you would have to Digivolve from Numamon to Muncymon, and Muncymon is a vaccine Digimon, and so Digivolve into him wouldn't be allowed. So again, Muncymon and Numamon wouldn't be recruitable, but Skull Greymon would be recruitable. And then again, we find ourselves wondering about Frigimon. If we were to Digivolve to Barkamon and then start to make progress with the game, I'm not sure it would be possible to recruit Frigimon, because I don't think Barkamon is a Digimon who is vulnerable to cold weather, and that would mean not being able to do the first part of Frigimon's recruit with Barkamon, and we would instead need a different virus Digimon, and I'm not sure if it would be possible to Digivolve from Barkamon to a virus Digimon who is vulnerable to cold weather. And even if it was to be possible, we would then have to go to Frigimon with a different virus Digimon, one who is not vulnerable to cold weather, so that we could then see to the second part of Frigimon's recruit. If Barkamon's going to Digivolve to... Let's say that Barkamon can Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon who's also a virus Digimon who also can't tolerate cold weather very well, and that we would be able to see to the first part of Frigimon's recruit. We would then have to Digivolve again, and I suppose that Digivolving to Sukamon would seem like the logical choice. This would be after seeing to the rest of the game, after doing all of the other progress, when it's just Frigimon left. Fill up the Virus Scourge, that way you can Digivolve to Sukamon, you can Digivolve to Sukamon from any Digimon. Sukamon is a virus Digimon, and he can tolerate cold weather, which would mean that we would be able to see to the second part of Frigimon's recruit. It's just a question of whether or not we would be able to get from Barkamon to a virus Digimon who is vulnerable to cold weather. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Another approach that I could take with the challenge would be that when I begin with Agumon or Gabumon, instead of aiming to Digivolve to a virus Digimon in that lifespan, I could simply just pass time in the city until my Digimon fades away, and then start over with a baby Digimon and Digivolve to a rookie Digimon who is a virus type, but the only virus rookie Digimon that you can naturally Digivolve to is Betamon. Well, maybe fade away, move on to a different lifespan, and then in that lifespan Digivolve to a virus Digimon, be it a rookie Digimon or a champion Digimon or whatever, and then start with the challenge, start making progress with the game. But you would have to, if you're going to try and recruit Frigimon, then you would have to go about it in a way where Frigimon would be recruitable. I don't think using Betamon would be helpful, because I don't think he's vulnerable to cold weather. If we could get to a champion Digimon who's a virus type who is vulnerable to cold weather, then great. But off the top of my head, I'm not sure I'm not sure if there are any Digimon who would be suitable for that. Suppose another option would be at the start of the game, when I have Agumon or Gabumon, Digivolve to a virus Digimon, then defeat the Agumon with that virus Digimon, so that we would have access to areas beyond the native forest, including Kunamon's bed, and then after defeating Agumon, just pass the time until we fade away, and then in the next lifespan choose an egg which a baby Digimon will hatch from, digivolve to an entraining Digimon, and then take the entraining Digimon to Kunamon's bed, sleep there, and digivolve to Kunamon. Kunamon is a virus Digimon, and I believe that he is vulnerable to cold weather, and that if we were to get sick in Friesland with Kunamon as our Digimon, then Frigimon would rescue us, and that would be the first step towards Frigimon's recruit sorted. And Kunamon can digivolve to Barkamon. He can digivolve to Barkamon naturally, and he can digivolve to Barkamon as a result of a special digivolution. And with Barkamon, we would be able to see to the second part of Frigimon's recruit, and should be able to see to the rest of the game, apart from Muncymon and Nannymon. A virus solo would be a bit more complicated because of the fact that we wouldn't be able to start the game with a virus Digimon. You know, we would have to physically have a Digimon who isn't a virus type for some of the challenge. You know, we can refrain from making progress while we've got a non-virus Digimon, but there's just the question of how best to get to a virus Digimon, how best to get from Agumon or Gabumon to a virus Digimon, preferably in a way where we would be able to recruit Frigimon. I'll just have to study all of the different possible Digivolutions and try and come to conclusions as to which approach would be best, and then consider, you know, whether such challenges would be possible to do, whether such challenges would be worth doing. Personally, I am all for doing such challenges: a vaccine solo challenge, a data solo challenge, a virus solo challenge. The virus solo would be a bit more complicated, but if I was to sort out a definite plan, then it would certainly be doable. It's year 9, day 13, the day of the back dimension. Digimon has already mentioned about Analog Man, and we are now heading for the back dimension. Okay, well, the back dimension is not here at Greylord's mansion. Hasn't it been at the Ogre Fortress for the last 2 times? If it's the Ogre Fortress again, then I think that would be 3 times in a row. I mean, it's completely random every time, so I guess, you know, it's just as likely to be the Ogre Fortress this time as any other location. It's not Greylord's mansion, it's either the Ogre Fortress or the Ice Sanctuary. Okay, the back dimension is at the Ogre Fortress once again. And probably the best place for the back dimension to be at, because I did search online about the back dimension items. And apparently the items respawn when the back dimension is at the Ogre Fortress. So in other words, if the back dimension is at the Ogre Fortress, then the items would have respawned, the items would be available, but if the back dimension is at the Ice Sanctuary or Greylord's mansion, then the items won't respawn and therefore won't be available. Apparently that's all there is to it. Apparently it is just a case of the items respawn when the... Oh, I didn't want to get into a battle. Oh, at least it's getting the tank one out the way. Apparently the items respawn when the back dimension is at the Ogre Fortress, and the items don't respawn when the back dimension is at either the other 2 locations. Ice Sanctuary or Greylord's mansion. So apparently it's got nothing to do with anything that you do. Apparently it all boils down to what location the back dimension is at. If it's at the Ogre Fortress, then the items would have respawned. If it's at the Ice Sanctuary or Greylord's mansion, then the items wouldn't have respawned. So basically, the Ogre Fortress is the best place for the back dimension to be at, because the back dimension being at the Ogre Fortress means items. Why is it when it comes to stat boosting techniques, you know, like War Cry, Aqua Magic, Moss Shield, Muscle Charge, Full Power, the most that you can do is 4 in one battle, but then opposing Digimon can do quite a bit more than just 4. Doesn't quite seem fair to me. If I had to make changes to this game, yeah, if I had the choice of making changes to this game, then I think there probably are a few changes that I would make. I consider Battle and Filth to be the 2 worst natures in this game. You know, when it comes to techniques, I consider Battle and Filth to be the 2 worst types in this game, and I do think about like making changes to the techniques in order to try and make Battle and Filth a bit better. I think I would remove Counter, because I think that is the worst technique in the game. I think I would, you know, take that out. I also don't think it's very good that Battle has 2 stat boosting techniques. I think it's okay to have 1, but not 2. Because it sort of makes Battle seem not that offensive. Out of the 8 techniques, 2 of them are stat boosting techniques, and 1 of them, Counter, is an attack that can't even be used directly, and it can only be used under like certain circumstances. If a certain like technique, you have to rely on certain techniques to be used against you, and only then you might be able to use Counter. I think I would, you know, take out Counter. I think I'd probably take out War Cry and, you know, leave Muscle Charge. I think I would probably make Sonic Jab faster, make it at least the same speed as Poison Claw. I think, well, with Counter and War Cry removed, that would only be 6 techniques in total, and, you know, I would have to, and I think it would be, I think, add, you know, 2 other techniques, which are both offensive techniques. I mean, you've got the kick-in technique, dynamite kick, the punch-in techniques, Megaton punch and sonic jab. You've got Buster Dive, where you just like launch yourself at the opposing Digimon. Tremor, where you attack with rocks. There are other possible fighting moves that you could have. I mean, you could have like a headbutt attack, a slap attack, a scratch attack, a bite attack, a push attack. You know, there's other possible attacks that you could use. So, yeah, I think, you know, add 2 new offensive techniques, take out counter and war cry, and make sonic jab faster, at least the same speed as poison claw. As for filth, I would keep in horizontal kick, I would keep in skunk spray, I would keep quick poop throw, giant poop throw, and ultimate poop bomb. I would keep fast random poop throw, but take out random poop throw. Because you've got fast random poop throw, which is basically a slower version of quick poop throw, which attacks multiple targets instead of just attacking one target, and consumes a larger amount of MP. Random poop throw is kind of the same, but it's a less good equivalent of fast random poop throw. Fast random poop throw is more accurate. Yeah, it has a better chance of hitting the opposing Digimon. It's more accurate, more reliable. I don't think random poop throw is very good because it's used in a way where it's liable to missing. So I think take out random poop throw. Firstly, because I don't want too much repetition, and you know, quick poop throw, random poop throw, and fast random poop throw are all essentially the same technique, but used differently. I say keep quick poop throw and fast random poop throw, but take out random poop throw. And I would say keep big random poop throw, but change it so that it gets tossed the same way that fast random poop throw gets tossed. You know, big random poop throw, you stack up several large pieces of feces and you throw them the same way that you throw the small bits of feces when using random poop throw. You know, it's not hugely accurate, not hugely reliable. I think maybe it should work the same way as fast random poop throw, that you stack up the large pieces of feces and then hurl them the same way that you hurl the bits of feces when doing fast random poop throw. That way, big random poop throw would be more accurate and more reliable. So I said keep horizontal kick, keep skunk spray, keep quick poop throw and fast random poop throw, keep ultimate poop bomb, keep giant poop throw, keep big random poop throw but alter it, and then there's a question of what should the 8th technique be. maybe a stat boosting technique, because I'm struggling to think of a different offensive technique which isn't going to be too similar to the other techniques. You know, I don't want the techniques to be too repetitive. So maybe a stat boosting technique. You know, something like Warcry, where you boost all of your stats by a modest amount. Because you've already got Muscle Charge, which greatly boosts attack, and you know, Moss Shield, which greatly boosts defense, and also boosts speed by a fair amount. You've got Full Power, which greatly boosts attack and also boosts the other stats, defense and speed, by a fair amount. And then Warcry and Aqua Magic, they boost all of your stats by a modest amount. You know, maybe have, you know, a stat boosting technique similar to Warcry or Aqua Magic. Muscle Charge, I think, increases attack by 30%. Moss Shield... it boosts defense, but I think by less than 30%. And it also boosts speed, and I think by less than what defense gets boosted by. Maybe change Moss Shield so that it only boosts defense and not speed as well, and have it so that it boosts defense by 30%. That way you've got Muscle Charge, which greatly boosts attack, and Moss Shield, which greatly boosts defense, and then maybe have a Filth technique which boosts speed by 30%. You know, a Filth technique that greatly boosts speed. As for Full Power, I think it boosts attack by 20% and defense and speed by 15%. Maybe change it so that it boosts all three stats by 20%. Warcry, well, I've said that I would want to take that technique out, so that wouldn't be on the cards, but there would still be Aqua Magic, which boosts all stats by a small amount. I think maybe have Aqua Magic boost each stat by 10%. You know, I think Aqua Magic boosts your stats by a bit less than 10%. I think change it so that it boosts your stats by 10%. And have a Filth technique which either boosts everything by 10% or solely boosts speed by 30%. When it comes to fire, air, earth, and ice, I don't think I would make any further amendments. But machine, I think I would make further amendments, and I think one of the downsides about machine is the lack of status harm that can be caused by machine techniques. You've got Full Power, which is a non-offensive technique, Metal Splinter, which doesn't cause status harm, Power Crane, which doesn't cause status harm, Pulse Laser, which doesn't cause status harm, or Range Beam and DG Dimension, which don't cause status harm. Delete Program, which has a high rate of causing flattening. Devolve Program, which has a modest rate of causing flattening. I think keep Delete Program and Devolve Program as they are, but maybe add status harm to some of the other techniques. Maybe have Power Crane cause confusion, maybe have DG Dimension cause confusion, maybe have Pulse Laser cause paralysis. And also change DG Dimension so that it's a guarantee that it will always hit the opposing Digimon, because sometimes Range Beam misses because not everywhere gets affected by the attack. And I think maybe change Range Beam so that it does hit every area within a certain radius, so that if you're within a certain radius you will definitely get hit. Oh, and also another change to Filth that I would consider making. Ultimate Poop Bomb, I'm thinking maybe change it so that the attack is uninterruptible. Because at the moment it's an easy technique to interrupt. But I'm thinking maybe change it so that as soon as you start using the technique, it cannot be interrupted. You know, even if you get hit, as soon as you start using it, you know, the technique will continue to get used, and, you know, have it so that it can't be interrupted. That's another change I would consider making. Apart from that, though, I don't think there's a great deal that I would change. Just try and make Battle better, try and make Filth better, try and make Machine better. So I think that Battle and Filth are the two worst techniques, the two worst types, and I would say that I probably consider Machine to be the next worst. Yeah, I'd be keen to, you know, make alterations to the Battle techniques and the Filth techniques to try and make the techniques better. But as for Machine, it would mostly be about trying to make the techniques cause more status harm, as well as altering Range Beam and Full Power. I also mentioned about altering Aqua Magic, as well as making several amendments to Battle and Filth. You might have noticed that I saved at Digimon's house before sleeping, and when I slept, I only slept, I didn't save as well. And then when I next slept after that, which was just now, I again only slept and didn't save. And the reason for that was because there was something that I read online which caused me concern, and that was that apparently in this game your Digimon has an age limit of 255. That's what I was told. I was told that that Digimon have an age limit of 255, and that is around the age that I was when I saved at Digimon's house. And the reason for saving was because I was worried about what might happen when my Digimon reaches and exceeds the age of 255. I was worried about, if the person was right, then maybe there might be some complication. Maybe the Digimon might automatically die. Maybe it might result in some game-breaking glitch where I'm not able to go any further. Maybe it might just cause the age to freeze at 255, which would show as 25, or maybe it would reset and drop back to 0. I wasn't sure, so I wanted to, save before sort of entering and exceeding the age of 255, just to see if anything would happen. And what I will say is that nothing happened. My Digimon wasn't automatically killed. The game didn't break. The age didn't reset, nor did it freeze. Things carried on like normal, and when I got to 260 days, the age showed as 26, like it would do, like normal. The first two digits, 26, which obviously is 260. So I don't know what the person was talking about when they said about the age limit being at 255. It certainly didn't apply to my Digimon here. Things carried on like normal, and when Etamon got to the age of 260, the age showed as 26, which is 260. There were no complications whatsoever. There wasn't the need of me taking the precaution of saving at Digimon's house and then choosing to only sleep for a few days instead of choosing to save and sleep. Everything continued like normal, there were no problems. I can only imagine that either the person was mistaken when they said that there was an age limit of 255, or maybe there is a limit but it only applies to certain versions and doesn't apply to my version, or maybe the limit resets. Maybe there is an age limit of 255, but maybe the limit resets when your Digimon digivolves. regardless of whether you're still in the same lifespan. So maybe the age limit of 255 doesn't apply to all of the Digimon that I've had in this lifespan. Maybe it resets every time that I Digivolve. Yeah, maybe it started when I had Agumon and then reset when I Digivolved to Numamon, and then reset when I Digivolved to Muncymon, and then reset when I Digivolved to Sukamon, and so on and so on and so on and so on. And maybe, you know, it reset every time that I Digivolved, and reset most recently when I Digivolved to Etamon. So maybe the age limit of 255, if there is one, maybe, you know, it reset after each Digivolution, and the current age limit, if there is one, maybe it started when I Digivolved to Etamon and not when I started in this lifespan. So maybe the age limit counter thing, if it does exist, maybe it's not at 250 something, maybe it's just at however long I've had Etamon for. You know, when I Digivolved to Etamon, maybe it started then and is still ongoing. But even if there is an age limit which is applying, we would reach the age of 300 long before the limit gets to 255, because I was over the age of 100. I think I was over the age of 100 when I Digivolved from Skull Greymon to Sukamon, and then from Sukamon to Etamon. And that means that if there is a limit of 255, it wouldn't, even if I was to remain as Etamon, it wouldn't become a problem until after 255 days of having Etamon as our Digimon, which wouldn't be until our Digimon is over 355, because we were over 100 when we Digivolved to Etamon. 255 add 100 is 355, but I think we were over 100, so it would be more than 355. 255 is 45 less than 300, but we were much older than 45 when we Digivolved to Etamon. I think we were more than double 45, because I think we were over 100. So if I'm right about there being a limit and how the limit works, then we don't need to worry. I read a comment online saying about an age limit, but the age limit didn't seem to apply for me. So I'm trying to, debate the possibilities. But, if there is an age limit, or if there is potentially an age limit, it didn't become a problem in this challenge. It didn't have any impact on anything. I got from 250 to 260, no problem. Everything was just fine, and I was able to proceed further from there. And I might have given away the fact that this commentary that you're listening to is post-commentary, and it has been for the whole of this challenge, and it's going to be for the rest of the challenge. I recorded this challenge without doing any commentary at the time. I went as well. I don't want to say at the moment if whether or not I was successful with getting the 10-year medal, but I gave this challenge a try. I recorded myself doing this challenge, and when I recorded as much as I was able to record, when I made as much progress as I made, I then edited the videos, and I then added post commentary while watching the videos back. And I watched the videos back. I'm currently watching the video back. I'm currently watching what you're watching. That's what I've been doing with the whole of the commentary. After recording the challenge and recording the challenge without doing any live commentary, I then watched the challenge back while recording commentary, and the commentary is being added as post-commentary. All of the commentary is post-commentary, recorded after doing the challenge and not during the challenge. But I've tried my best to do the commentary as if it has been live, because I haven't wanted to spoil anything for you viewers. I haven't wanted to give anything away. I've tried to do the commentary as if it's live, as if I'm playing, as if I was playing at the time and didn't know what was going to happen. I wanted to do things that way to try and not spoil anything for you viewers, try and make things more interesting for you viewers. And as I'm speaking, I do know how the challenge ends. I do know whether or not I am successful with getting the 10-year medal, but I don't want to give that away. I don't want to commit any spoilers. I want you to watch the challenge and find out for yourself so that it comes as a surprise. I don't want to ruin anything. It is possible that there could be some sort of complication which makes the 10-year medal unobtainable in a challenge like this. Or it could be that there's no complications whatsoever, and that the 10-year medal will be mine for as long as I keep fishing, keep giving Digi-Seabasses to my Digimon, and keep surviving through the days. I was worried about the possible age limit of 255, but that doesn't seem to apply, and I don't know exactly what to make of it. I've listed a few possible theories, but no age limit became present in this challenge. If I am faced with any obstacles, then it's not any alleged age limit. No alleged age limit came into play in this challenge, no alleged age limit became apparent. There was no indication of any such thing in this challenge. I was getting low on Digi-Seabasses, so I took some out of the item bank. I wanted to be confident that there weren't going to be any complications regarding age, so I wanted to make it up to when Etamon would reach the age of 260 to see how that would affect Etamon's age, see if it still says 25 or says 26 or says something different. I wanted to make it up to that point, so I took enough Digi-Seabasses out of the item bank so that I would be able to make it up to that point at least. And if Etamon's age was to appear to be fine, then I would continue to make progress, which involves going to the Dragon Eye Lake to do more fishing. My Digi-Seabasses were virtually out, but I still had 99 black trouts in my inventory, and instead of going fishing with those black trouts there and then, I decided to take out a few more Digi-Seabasses. Year 9, day 21, and Etamon's age is showing at 26, which is 260. Everything appears to be okay. So by this point I was a lot more confident, and I felt a lot more willing to make further progress, which would soon require me to either take the rest of the Digi-Seabasses out of the item bank, or to go to the Dragon Eye Lake and go fishing with the black trouts that are in my inventory and use them to catch Digi-Seabasses. I just didn't want to go fishing first and then have the progress go to waste because of something game breaking that might happen during Etamon, being between 250 and 260. I took out the extra Digi-Seabasses, so I'd definitely be able to make it to the point in which Etamon would be 260 and see if there would be any problems. I can't see any problems. Etamon's age is showing as 26, which is 260. It looks like his age is going up like normal. It looks like the days are going by like normal. Everything appears to be in order. It's year 9, day 21. Etamon is 260. We've been playing for 260 days. It's 10 days until year 10, day 1, which is exactly 1 year away, 30 days away from year 11, day 1, which is when 10 years will be up. You know, we have, from the looks of things, we have 40 days left to go. We have been at it for 260 days. That's 260 out of 300. It looks like we only have 40 days remaining, 1 year and 10 days. You know, there doesn't seem to be anything which is screaming out there's going to be a problem. You know, everything is looking okay at the moment. You know, I was hoping that I would be able to keep living, would be able to keep surviving through the days. You know, would be able to have Etamon reach the age of 300, would be able to, you know, reach year 11, day 1, and then be awarded with the medal afterwards, and there not being any complications. We are down to 5 Digi-Seabasses, enough for just 1 day, 1 more day. And when they run out, I would have to either go to the item bank or go to the Dragon Eye Lake. Go to the item bank to take out the Digi-Seabasses that are in the item bank, or go to the Dragon Eye Lake to use the black trouts that I've got in my inventory to catch Digi-Seabasses. Either way, I would be ending up with more Digi-Seabasses in my inventory, which is what's needed. When I took the Digi-Seabasses out of the item bank, you know, the few extras, I did it so that I would get a couple of extra days, and I also did it so that when I also did it so that I would have exactly the right amount of Digi-Seabasses in order to see through a full day when using the last 5 Digi-Seabasses. Because I entered today with 5 Digi-Seabasses, which is exactly enough to see the day through. You know, I will be able to see the day through and end the day with 0 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory, because the last Digi-Seabass that I would have used would have been the last one that I would have needed in order to be able to survive the day that I'm on. So that's the last Digi-Sea Bass that's in our inventory. And actions are going to need to happen between now and tomorrow. We saved in Digimon's house with Etamon wanting to sleep. We've got just under half an hour of this hour remaining. I'm heading to, the Dragon Eye Lake to use the black trouts that are in our inventory to catch Digi-Sea Basses, so that we'll have Digi-Sea Basses in our inventory instead of black trouts. Trade 99 black trouts for 99 Digi-Sea Basses. Very good trade that is. And this is not the right spot. This is the right spot. And here, this is how it's going to work. We're going to initially use 55 black trouts to catch 55 Digi-Sea Basses, putting us from 0 Digi-Sea Basses to 55 Digi-Sea Basses, and putting us from 99 black trouts to 44 black trouts. We will then use 5 meats to catch 5 black trouts, putting us from 99 meats to 94 meats, and putting us from 44 black trouts to 49 black trouts. Then sleep and save, then give Etamon tomorrow's supply of Digi-Sea Basses all in one go. Give him 5 Digi-Sea Basses here at the Dragon Eye Lake, force feeding all of them to him. That will put us from 55 Digi-Sea Basses to 50 Digi-Sea Basses, and then use the other 49 black trouts to catch 49 more Digi-Sea Basses, putting us from 50 Digi-Sea Basses to 99 Digi-Sea Basses, and putting us from 49 black trouts to 0 black trouts. We will still have 99 black trouts in the item bank, and close to 99 Digi-Sea Basses in the item bank, as well as 99 Digi-Seabasses in our inventory. If I end up with less than 94 meats, then it just means that there was at least one unsuccessful catch. If we are unsuccessful with catching a Digi-Seabass, then we would have to replace the black trout by catching another black trout. And if we are unsuccessful with catching a black trout, then we would just have to make another attempt to catch a black trout. And we might end up with less than 94 meats if we were to have any unsuccessful catches. We're about to find out. 55 Digi-Seabasses like planned, 49 black trouts like planned, 93 meats, that's one less than 94, so we must have had one unsuccessful catch so far. If our meat ends up even lower, then that will be because of then that would mean that we would have had at least one more unsuccessful catch. Okay, now we need to catch the other 49 Digi-Seabasses. And with the fishing, I have, aimed to do it where I go to the Dragon Eye Lake while my Digimon wants to sleep, and while I need to, aim to catch 100 fish in total, and I tend to catch about 50 fish, then sleep and save, and then catch about 50 more fish. So, I save in between catching the first half of fish and the next half of fish. And I don't think that I'm unwilling to go about the Dragon Eye Lake in a way where I would come to the Dragon Eye Lake while needing to catch 200 fish and, catch 100 fish, then sleep and save, and then catch another 100 fish. So what I'm saying is that I don't think I would be unwilling to come to the Dragon Eye Lake without a single fish in my inventory, come to the Dragon Eye Lake when my Digimon wants to sleep, catch 99 black trouts, then sleep and save, then catch 99 Digi-Seabasses, then return to the city and save. I think I would be willing to do things like that, where I would be doing more fishing in one go, doing more fishing before saving, and then doing more fishing before returning to the city and being able to save again. It's just that at the hospital that I'm at, power cuts can be prone. It's also common for the fire alarm to go off, and there are other things that can go wrong, other things that can happen. And so, being at the hospital that I'm at, I feel safer doing the fishing in a way where I'm only catching about 100 fish per visit, and I'm, you know, sleeping and I'm saving after catching about 50 of them, and then having to then catch 50 more and then return to the city to save, rather than have to catch about double that amount before being able to save, and then having to catch double the other amount before being able to save again. If I was, you know, like living in the community like I have done in the past, and, you know, been, you know, living at accommodation where it's been extremely rare for things to go wrong, then, you know, I probably would be willing to, you know, catch more fish when going to the Dragon Eye Lake, you know, be bolder, be more dedicated. It's just, I feel less willing to take risks because of the hospital that I'm at, and the fact that I'm somewhere where things are more prone to going wrong than places that I've been at in the past, such as the places that I lived at in the community in the past, and places that I might live at in the future. Just at the moment, you know, I'm living at a hospital where power cuts are prone, the fire alarm is prone to going off. You know, there's other annoying things that can happen. Sometimes the staff will come into my room to do room searches. That happens about once a month. Sometimes the staff will knock on my door and want me for other things. Sometimes there'll be, you know, groups I'll have to attend, activities I'll have to do, food gets served at fixed times. You know, there's a lot more things that are out of my hand which could interfere with the gaming that I do. I've still got 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory because for the rest of today I only need to, I don't need to give any more Digi-Seabasses to my Digimon today. That's why I've been able to keep my number of Digi-Seabasses at 99, and I've also got 99 black trouts in my inventory because I took the 99 black trouts out of the item bank and put them into my inventory, and they are ready when I am. You know, they are ready to be used when I wish to use them. Yeah, 99 black trouts in my inventory, ready to be used as bait to catch Digi-Seabasses when I decide that I would like to next go to the Dragon Eye Lake for more fishing. Is there anything interesting for the rest of this year? I think the last back dimension was year 9, day 13. That would mean that the next back dimension would be year 10, day 3. Not this year, but next year. When the day reaches a number where it ends in a 1, either 1, 11 or 21, my Digimon's age reaches the next decade. So the last time that happened was year 9, day 21, when Etamon reached the age of 260. The next decade, 270, I think will be year 10, day 1, which also is not this year, but next year. Year 10, day 3, I think, is when the next back dimension will be. Year 10, day 1, I think, will be when Etamon will reach 270. And year 10, day 1 will also mark 9 years of progress. 270 days of progress, 9 years out of 10 years, 270 days out of 300 days. We will only have 1 year left to do, only have 30 days left to do. The 10th year would be the last year. Year 11, day 1 would only be 1 year away, would only be 30 days away, and year 11, day 1 would be the day of the 10-year medal, or so I would be inclined to think. So I do have stuff to look forward to for next year, but this year I don't think so. I don't think there's anything else about this year which I would be looking forward to. I don't think I have any more progress. I don't think there's any more milestones this year, but there will be next year. The back dimension on year 10, day 3, and year 10, day 23, and then Etamon reaching 270 on year 10, day 1, 280 on year 10, day 11, 290 on year 10, day 21, and I would say 300 on year 11, day 1, but that's not next year, that's the year after. There are a few things to look forward to for next year, a few milestones, but I don't think there's any more this year. But if we keep our head down, then hopefully the rest of this year will pass quickly enough. Hopefully we will get through the rest of the year quickly enough. We've got enough Digi-Seabasses in our inventory to keep us going for a fair while. We are going about the days in ways where we are getting through the days quickly, courtesy of training and resting and sleeping. I think it said year 9, day 24. But Etamon is close to wanting to sleep. When we wake up, it will be year 9, day 25, and then only a handful of days until the end of the 9th year and the beginning of the 10th year. Okay, so it's now year 9, day 25. Tomorrow will be day 26. 1 day until day 26, 2 days until day 27, 3 days until day 28, 4 days until day 29, 5 days until day 30, 6 days until the next year, 6 days until year 10, day 1. So we have to get through 6 more days until year 10, day 1. The start of this year, year 9, day 1, marked 80% of the way to 10 years, and when we get to the end of this year and enter the next year, year 10, day 1, that will mark 90% of the way to 10 years. We would only have 10% remaining. We would only have 30 days remaining. At the moment, I'm guessing it's more like 36 days. We are getting there. We are definitely getting there. I think all of this grind, when we finished with the arena medals and started with the last of the grinding towards the 10-year medal, I think it was late year 4. I remember, entering year 5, and, we got through that, moved on to year 6, got through that, moved on to the next year, kept progressing, and, now we are in the later stages of year 9. We are not far away from entering the 10th year, and when we do, we will only have 1 year left to go. We are developing well, we are progressing well, we are doing a good job. We have got most of the work out of the way. I do now feel comfortable to say that. I do now feel comfortable to say that we've got most of the work out of the way, not just the majority of the work out of the way, most of the work out of the way. Yeah, we are somewhere between 80 and 90% of the way there, but we are definitely closer to 90%, because year 9 day 1 was 80%, year 10 day 1 would be 90%, and we are much closer to year 10 day 1 than year 9 day 1. It's year 9 day 26. I'm guessing the midway point would have been about year 9 day 15. That would have been when we would have been halfway between year 9 day 1 and year 10 day 1, halfway between 80% and 90%, which I guess would be 85%. You know, we are, a lot closer to year 10 day 1 than year 9 day 1, a lot closer to 90% than 80%. We're not at 90% yet, we are at 80-something%, but it's definitely closer to 90% than 80%, a lot closer. And that is enough in order for me to feel comfortable with saying that we are most of the way there. We have done most of the work. We've only got a small amount left to do. If you take things at face value, then 30-something days is still 30-something days, and that would still take time, and if we didn't have any Digi-Seabasses on us, then it would still require fishing, quite a bit of fishing, but we already have Digi-Seabasses in our inventory and in the item bank, plus black trouts in our inventory. We've still got 2 more chain melons to come, and comparatively speaking, 30-something days is really not a tremendous amount, considering it accounts for little more than 10% of what needs to be done in total. We've already done the rest. We've already done everything else, which is accounting for almost 90%. Once again, my mind is starting to go a bit blank. I'm struggling to think of what else to say. I'm struggling to think of new stuff to say. There's not a great deal on my mind that I can think of. Not a great deal that I can't really think of much to say which I haven't already said. So yeah, my mind is going a bit blank. I am struggling to think of what to say for the rest of this challenge. I've pretty much commented on everything that I could think of, which I consider to be relevant to this challenge. I've, commented on other stuff that I've done for this game, Digimon World, as well as Digimon World 2003, which is basically Digimon World 3, but with a bit of extra stuff. I've never played Digimon World 2 or Digimon World 4. I think there's a Digimon World 4, and surely there is a Digimon World 2, because there's a Digimon World 1 and a Digimon World 3. I think there's a newer Digimon game, which I think is either a remake of this game or a sequel to this game, but I haven't played that game. And but the game that I'm talking about, the new the Digimon game that I'm talking about, which is much newer than Digimon World 2 or Digimon World 4, I think I would need a more modern console in order to be able to play the game, because I don't think I own a single console which new games are still being released on. The most modern console I have is the PlayStation 3, and I don't think games are being released on the PlayStation 3 anymore. The newer Digimon game, I think it's on one of the more modern consoles, like the PlayStation 4 or the PlayStation 5, or a different console of that sort of era. So I don't think I'm able to play the game at the moment, due to me, well, firstly not owning the game, and not owning a console that the game can be played on. Then Digimon World 2 and Digimon World 4, I'm guessing that those games are available on the PlayStation 1 or the PlayStation 2. Not a problem for me. It's just that I've never owned either of those games before, never played them before, and it simply never occurred to me to, buy either game and give them a try. I don't know if there's anybody watching this video who has played Digimon World 2 or Digimon World 4 and is able to recommend whether they think I should or shouldn't play the games. But things are limited at the moment. I'm a patient at a hospital. I've only got a small number of my personal belongings on me. The rest of my belongings are being looked after by friends and family. My PlayStation 2 is the only console that I've got on me at the hospital, and I've mostly only got PlayStation 1 games on me, but not every PlayStation 1 game that I own. And due to hospital rules, we're only allowed to have one console in our room at once. We're only allowed to have one laptop in our room at once. You know, I've got a laptop in my room, I've got, you know, a console in my room, the PlayStation 2. But if I wanted to have a different console in my room, then my PlayStation 2 would have to be removed from my room and put into the security locker that we all have. We each have our own security locker. You know, I'd have to put my PlayStation 2 into the security locker, and then that would be off limits to me. And I would then be able to have a different console in my room. But the other consoles that I own, I don't think I've got here at the hospital. You know, I think that they are being looked after. And any console more modern than the PlayStation 3, I don't even own. My sirloins were building up. I sold all but one of them. I knew that one sirloin would still be needed today. But that's it, because I'm about to go to Digimon and get 2 days' supply of more sirloins. My number of sirloins was getting close to 99, and that's why I sold them, get money for them, and make room for new sirloins, more sirloins. Year 9, day 29. One day ends, another day starts. 2 days' time, it should be not only a different day, but also a different year. Year 10, day 1. Since talking about the challenges that I've already done for this game, I remember I also did a maximum kills challenge for this game, as well as minimum kills challenges for this game. When we say kills, defeating a Digimon in a battle was classified as a kill, and in the maximum kills challenge that I did for this game, I had to defeat every single Digimon who you are able to battle. That is not only referring to Digimon who have to be defeated for recruitments, but also the random Digimon, the random battles. I had to defeat every single Digimon in the entire game. All of the random Digimon, and that means both the daytime Digimon and the nighttime Digimon of each area, because the random Digimon who are available for battling in this game, there's enemies who spawn in areas, and for the majority of the areas, the Digimon are different depending on whether it's day or night. There are some places where it's fixed and it's the same Digimon regardless of whether it's day or night. But in the majority of the areas, the Digimon are different depending on whether it's day or night. And I had to defeat all of the daytime Digimon in all of the areas, all of the nighttime Digimon in all of the areas. I had to defeat every available Digimon in every part of the game, as well as the mandatory battles, which you need to have for game completion and prosperity points. And not only that, but in the battles where I was up against multiple targets, up against multiple Digimon at once, the Digimon had to specifically be killed by me. That was another part of the challenge. The kills had to be performed by me. If I was to go up against multiple Digimon at once, and a Digimon was to get defeated by one of the other Digimon, then that wouldn't count as a kill. I had to defeat the Digimon myself. And to make things more interesting, I included a rule where I wasn't allowed to proceed beyond a certain area until all of the Digimon in that area had been defeated by me. So if you take the native forest just outside of the city, in order for me to have been allowed to have proceeded beyond the native forest, well, proceed, like, the first part of the native forest where Agumon is, and if you defeat him, then he gets replaced by Madoki Betamons at daytime and Dakunamons at nighttime, and in order to be able to go beyond that area, I had to not only defeat the Agumon, but also defeat the Madoki Betamons and the Dakunamons. If you think about the part of the native forest near where the Dragon Eye Lake is, at daytime there are Madoki Betamons and Red Vegiemons, at nighttime there are Dakunamons. I had to defeat all of the Digimon in that area before being allowed to proceed further, and that rule was present throughout the whole of the challenge. In order for me to be allowed to proceed beyond a certain area, I had to defeat all of the Digimon in that area who would be available for battle. Every Digimon had to be defeated by me, and I had to defeat every Digimon in the game who could possibly be defeated, and that included Digimon who are not always available for battle. If you think about the Digimon Bridge, for example, there are random Digimon in the Digimon Bridge. While the bridge is broken, but those random Digimon disappear once the bridge gets fixed. Those are examples of Digimon who you don't always have the opportunity to battle. You have the opportunity to battle them at the start of the game when the bridge is broken, but the moment the bridge gets fixed, you no longer have the opportunity to battle those Digimon because they disappear. And so those Digimon, I had to defeat them before the bridge got fixed, because once the bridge got fixed, I would have lost the opportunity to battle them, lost the opportunity to defeat them, and that means the challenge would have been a foul if I hadn't already defeated them by the time the bridge got fixed. So I had to defeat the daytime Digimon on the Digimon Bridge plus the nighttime Digimon on the Digimon Bridge before the Digimon Bridge got fixed. That's just one example of missable Digimon. There are other examples of missable Digimon throughout the game, and I had to make sure that I defeated those missable Digimon. I had to go about the game in a way where I defeated Digimon when I had the opportunity to, because if I was to not defeat them and then lose the opportunity to battle them, then the challenge would end in failure. That was the maximum kills challenge. I also did a minimum kills challenge, a pacifist challenge, where the objective was not to get 100 prosperity points, but simply to defeat the final boss, Machinedramon, and I had to defeat as few Digimon as possible, and that meant going about the game in a way where I was getting into as few battles as possible and defeating as few Digimon as possible. I needed to get a minimum of 50 prosperity points to make Mount Infinity available. But where it was a minimum kills challenge, I needed to try and get as many prosperity points as possible from Digimon who can be recruited without the need of any battling taking place. Unfortunately, that alone wasn't enough in order to be able to get to 50 prosperity points, and that meant having to defeat some Digimon, perform some kills. But it was vital that I went about the game in a way where I was getting as many prosperity points as possible, while needing to get into as few battles as possible and defeat as few Digimon as possible. I strictly had to avoid unnecessary battles because that would have meant performing unnecessary kills. I had to stick to the battles that were compulsory, and like with the maximum kills challenge, I was going by the rules of it only counts as a kill if the Digimon gets defeated by me. And because of that, in battles where I was against multiple Digimon, I was able to finish the battle with less kills by having the Digimon in the battle get defeated by other opposing Digimon, saving me from having to perform the kill, meaning that I would finish the challenge with a lower number of kills. And then I did another minimum kills challenge, but with the further restriction of needing to get 100 prosperity points. So that time every Digimon had to be recruited, and I couldn't just prioritise recruiting the Digimon who would get me the most prosperity points from the fewest battles. I had to recruit every Digimon because I needed 100 prosperity points, but still I had to go about the game in a way where I was getting into as few battles as possible, defeating as few Digimon as possible, performing as few kills as possible. That meant avoiding unnecessary battles, having Digimon get defeated by other Digimon in the battles where I was up against multiple Digimon. Digitamamon, he had to defeat himself. I was okay to attack him and inflict damage upon him and bring his HP down, but instead of defeating him myself, instead of reducing his HP to 0 myself, I needed him to defeat himself with his finish. I needed to reduce his HP to the point where he wouldn't be able to survive getting hit by Nightmare Syndrome, and then wait for him to get finishes, and wait for him to hit himself with Nightmare Syndrome so that he would defeat himself. And that way I would defeat him and recruit him without performing a kill because he would have defeated himself. And And I think that pretty much does it for the maximum kills challenge and the minimum kills challenges. There could be other challenges that I've done for this game that I'm forgetting about. You know, I suddenly remembered the maximum kills challenge and the minimum kills challenges and thought I would mention them as well. But out of what I'm able to think of, you know, I can't think of any other challenges that I've done for this game. That doesn't mean that I haven't done other challenges. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean that. It could just mean that I'm failing to think of them. You know, there could be others that I'm just not thinking of, just not remembering. But out of challenges that I can remember, you know, I think I've mentioned them all. I think that does it for challenges that I've already done for this game, as well as challenges that I still plan to do for this game. Yeah, I mentioned about the type solos, the vaccine solo, the data solo, the virus solo. And we are now in the 10th year, year 10, day 2. We've been in the 10th year since the start of yesterday. Not when we woke up today, but when we woke up yesterday, we entered year 10, day 1. Now year 10, day 2, about to be year 10, day 3, because Etamon needs to sleep again. I mean, I think I was commenting on previous challenges that I had done for this game when we entered the 10th year. So I'll say now, we are now in the 10th year. We are now in the final year, with us about to enter year 10, day 3. We are now less than 1 full year away from year 11, day 1, less than 1 full year away from 10 years, less than 30 days away from 10 years, less than 30 days away from 300 days. Our Digimon's age is now showing as 27, which is 270. And, you know, this is the final year. Until year 11, day 1, we have less than 30 days remaining. I think the back dimension is due today, year 10, day 3, and then again 20 days after we get given the chain melon, which I imagine would be year 10, day 23, or worst case scenario, year 10, day 24. Either way, we will still get 2 more chain melons for the rest of this challenge, and it doesn't really make any difference whether it's year 10, day 3 and year 10, day 23, or year 10, day 3 and year 10, day 24. either way, we are not going to be able to get another Machinedramon battle in the challenge. It wouldn't be possible to get another Machinedramon battle before Year 11, Day 1, because it wouldn't be until 20 days after Year 10, Day 23, or Year 10, Day 24, whatever day it would be. So, you know, there's no chance of a third Machinedramon battle, no chance of a third Chain Melon. The most that's possible is 2 more Chain Melons, and if we get one today and then get one either on Day 23 or Day 24, we will still be benefiting from the Chain Melons. We will still be benefiting from 2 Chain Melons, which is the most that's now available to us as far as Chain Melons are concerned. So it's 11 AM. By the time we get to the back dimension and defeat Machinedramon and speak to Digimon and get the Chain Melon, it will be later than 11 AM, and that will mean that, you know, in 20 days' time, when Digimon informs us of Analog Man, it's not going to be until later than this current hour. It's not going to be until later than 11 AM on that particular day. But, you know, if we... The next Machinedramon battle after this one, if it's not Day 23, then at the very latest it will be Day 24. You know, we will be able to benefit from the Chain Melon that comes from defeating Machinedramon this time, as well as defeating Machinedramon the next time. And seeing as the back dimension is at Greylord's mansion, I didn't go to check the ray gun because I knew that the items wouldn't have respawned. The items respawn when the back dimension is at the Olga Fortress, but not when the back dimension is at Greylord's mansion or the Ice Sanctuary. So when I entered Greylord's mansion and saw that it was the back dimension, I knew that I wouldn't be getting any of the items in the back dimension. So I just ignored where the ray gun would be, ignored where the item chips would be, just came straight here for Machinedramon. Okay, well, presumably we've defeated Machinedramon for the second last time in this challenge, and we'll soon be given our second last chain melon of the challenge, and then not long after that we'll be giving our second last chain melon to our Digimon, giving our Digimon a chain melon for the second last time in this challenge. It is 12 PM. We are getting the chain melon at 12 PM. So in 20 days time, when it's year 10, day 23, if we come to Digimon at 12 PM or later, then he should mention about Analog Man, and the back dimension should be available, and then we should be able to defeat Machinedramon for what should be the last time in this challenge. But it's year 10, day 3. Year 11, day 1 is almost a year away. That should prove to be an enormous milestone. The final milestone. If we focus on milestones before then, well, year 10, day 23, that would be the day in which the back dimension will next be available. That's something to look forward to. It's, in 20 days time from today. Year 10, day 11 should be the day that Etamon will reach 280 and his age would start showing as 28. Year 10, day 21 should be the day in which Etamon would reach 290 and his age would start showing as 29, and then we would only have 10 days left until year 11, day 1, which should mark 10 years of progress, 300 days of progress. The last medal should be ours, the 10-year medal. Okay, well, for today, Etamon gets a break from his seafood diet and instead experiences a meat and fruit diet, which will consist of sirloins and chain melon, as opposed to the Digi-Sea basses. I've just been thinking about what I said about doing a virus solo challenge for this game. I imagine that with programming and coding and hacks and modifications and things like that, it might be possible to change the Digimon that you begin with change the Digimon that you start off with. So instead of starting with Agumon or Gabumon, maybe it would be possible to start with a different Digimon. Maybe it would be possible to start with a virus Digimon, be it Kunamon or Betamon, or a champion virus Digimon, or an ultimate virus Digimon. But it would probably, for a challenge that I was, for the challenge I was saying, a virus Digimon solo, it'd probably make the most sense to start with a rookie Digimon, which would mean either Betamon or Kunamon, and I would think that Kunamon would be the better choice of Digimon if I'm right about the fact that it would be possible to do the first part of Frigimon's recruit while you have Kunamon as your Digimon. And the point I'm making is that the challenge probably would be sort of more like plausible and more like user-friendly with like programming and coding and stuff like that, which does make like programming and coding and stuff like that seem to have an advantage. And when it comes to stuff like that, well, I have, in all the YouTube videos that I've done, or the gaming videos that I've done, I've never ever used any kind of programming or coding or hacking or modifications or anything like that. I don't know how to do stuff like that. It's something that I don't know anything about. And as far as I'm aware, I don't have the tools in order for such things to be possible. I don't think I have the tools. I certainly don't have the knowledge. So, I don't have the resources to do something like that. And if I did know how to do such stuff, and if I did have the tools in order to do such stuff, then, maybe I would use stuff like that in order to make certain challenges possible, like a challenge where you only have a virus Digimon as your Digimon for the whole of the game. And I have seen some of the stuff that can be done as a result of using like programming and modifications and things like that, not just for this game but for other games as well. And some of it I have found highly fascinating, and some of it is stuff that I would love to be able to explore myself, stuff that I'm sure I would use and would do videos for. I have like ideas in my mind of things that I would like to do, things I would like to try, not just for this game but other games as well. But like I said, I don't know how to do anything like that. I don't believe I've got the tools to do anything like that. And at the moment, it's not something that I plan to try to learn, not something I plan to try to get into. And even though that does have some element of negativity to it, because it does, restrict me when it comes to what I can and can't do, at the same time, I also feel like my videos contain more purity if I'm not using anything that shouldn't be possible. if I'm not using any kind of programming or hacking or anything like that, then I kind of feel like it makes my videos more pure, because everything in the videos is perfectly legitimate. It's all stuff that you are meant to be able to do, stuff that you are meant to be able to have, and I feel like it, you know, just generates more like purity for my videos. That's how I feel, but you know, by no means am I speaking negatively about the use of programming or anything like that. I'm not trying to take anything away from things like that. You know, I've seen some of the programming that's possible and have been, you know, fascinated by some of it. You know, some of it I've loved some of the videos that I've been able to watch where like programming and coding and stuff like that has been used. You know, I really admire, you know, some of the stuff that becomes possible as a result of such things. You know, I really admire some of the videos where programming's been used. Really admire some of the programming and some of the things that's become possible as a result of the programming. You know, really admired it, really been fascinated by it. So, you know, I'm not taking anything away from people who, you know, use, you know, stuff like that in their videos. You know, I'm just trying to draw attention to the fact that I don't know how to do stuff like that, and I've never done stuff like that, and consequently, you know, none of my videos have ever contained any of that sort of stuff, and so, you know, everything in my videos has been legitimate, everything in my videos has been earned legitimately, everything in my videos has been earned the hard way. Like, I'm sure it would be great to do, say, an overpowered run where you use programming so that you can start the game with any Digimon of your choice, and have all of the techniques available to you, and alter the power of the techniques so that they all do 909, so that they all, when it says about, you know, how powerful the techniques are, I think currently DG Dimension is the strongest. I think that does 720. I think the power for DG Dimension is 720, but then if you could use like coding and programming to change it so that the power for every technique is 999 and the MP consumption is 0, and you know, you give yourself a really good starting Digimon, a Digimon who would be really good for an overpowered run, you know, begin with maximum stats, then, you know, I'm sure that you could then go on to produce a fantastic overpowered run where you would be even more overpowered than I was in my overpowered runs, and be able to do even more damage than what I was able to do in my overpowered runs. But instead of doing things that way, well, I mean, I might have done things that way if I had known how to do programming and coding and stuff like that, but since I didn't, I instead had to do things the the much harder way of getting the Digimon legitimately, getting the stats legitimately, getting the techniques legitimately, and not being able to alter the power of the techniques. You know, I was able to get my attack up to the maximum. I was able to have powerful techniques available to me, but I wasn't able to alter the individual power of the techniques. So, you know, I wasn't able to change the power of every technique to 999, including finishes. I wasn't able to, you know, reduce MP cost to 0. And, you know, I wasn't able to do, you know, an overpowered run where you could do over 2,000 damage with Spitfire. It would sound like a great idea, and, you know, if someone was to do an overpowered run like that, where they, you know, use coding and various tools in order to make themselves as overpowered as physically possible, you know, more overpowered than what should be possible, then, you know, I think that that would be a video that I would love to check out, and a video that I would love to watch. But it's not something that I would be able to do, but I would love it if somebody else was to do it. And then, you know, I would be able to watch it. I'm sure I would think very highly of it, and I'm sure I wouldn't be the only one. And out of all of the challenges that I know of, I personally think speedrunning is the hardest. I personally think that producing speedruns which are competitive for world records, I think that that is as hard as it gets when it comes to gaming. I think that speedrunning is a much harder challenge than any other gaming challenge that I can think of. I think that speedrunning is harder than any challenge that I've ever done for any game. I think that, you know, all the challenges that I've done for this game and any other game, I think that, you know, the challenges that I've done have all been a lot easier than speedrunning. And speedrunning is not something that I do because I'm not cut out for it. I haven't got the talent, I haven't got the ability, I haven't got the patience, I haven't got the dedication. You know, speedrunning is something that's beyond me. I love watching speedruns, and I think that speedruns are remarkable, but I don't do speedrunning myself. It's too difficult for me. I'm not cut out for it. And what I'm trying to say is that, you know, out of all of the gamers in this world, the speedrunners are the ones who I applaud the most, because I think speedrunning requires the most hard work, the most time, the most dedication, the most patience, and the most talent and ability. And you know, the speedrunners who do, you know, speedruns, you know, world record speedruns, you know, I, you know, honestly think that their work is remarkable, and I think speedrunners should be praised the most. I think the stuff that I do deserves a lot less praise than speedrunning. You know, I choose not to do speedrunning, and instead I choose to do stuff which I think is a lot easier than speedrunning, a lot more achievable than speedrunning. Yeah, I have no shame in saying that I'm not good enough in order to be able to do speedrunning. You know, it requires talent that I don't have, patience that I don't have, dedication that I don't have. I just can't do it. End of. Simple as that. I can do easier stuff, like what I'm doing at the moment. You know, stuff that requires less patience, less talent, less dedication, or stuff like that. But speedrunning is out of the question. And I do watch, you know, speedruns for this game. The speedruns where they use the bonus try when training in the green gym and immediately get their attack up to being close to the maximum and get their speed up to an adequate amount, and then, you know, proceed with the battle against Agumon in the native forest, and then, you know, and then with the rest of the game after that. Usually they begin with Agumon as their starting Digimon, and they digivolve to Barkamon as a result of a special Digivolution, as a result of getting sick and losing a life as a result of the sickness, and then digivolve into Barkamon afterwards, and then learning Spinning Shot and Thunderbolt while having Barkamon as their Digimon, and then doing most of the speedrun with Barkamon, with Thunderbolt and Spinning Shot, and attack which is close to the maximum, and speed which is good enough in order to be able to get through the game as quickly and effectively and efficiently as possible. There is, of course, the legacy speedruns as well, where bonus try training is prohibited. You're not allowed to use the bonus try when training. You're only allowed to train the normal way, and also not allowed to digivolve to Barkamon. And in that challenge, in that kind of speedrun, usually the person begins with Agumon as their Digimon and digivolves to Birdramon, and I think Spinning Shot is the technique that they learn, which they then use for most of the run. So that's two types of speedruns for this game. You know, the normal any speedrun where they use Barkamon for most of it, and, you know, use the bonus try training, and then the legacy speedrun where they use Birdramon for most of it and don't use bonus try training. And some of the speedruns it's simply any speedrun, like the two speedruns that I just listed, they were both any speedruns in that you just had to defeat Machinedramon, and the speedrun ends after you defeat Machinedramon. There's also the 100 prosperity point speedrun, where you have to get 100 prosperity points, and the speedrun doesn't end until you get 100 prosperity points. And the speedruns that I've mentioned so far, they contain the rules of no major glitches. But there are speedruns that you can do for the game which do contain major glitches, very game-breaking glitches. And it does make the speedruns a lot shorter. You get to the end of the speedrun a lot more quickly, and depending on your personal preference, you can watch speedruns which contain major glitches, you can watch speedruns that don't contain major glitches, you can watch speedruns that don't contain any glitches whatsoever. You can watch the legacy speedruns, you can watch the non-legacy speedruns, you can watch the any speedruns, you can watch the 100 prosperity point speedruns. It all comes down to personal preference. I probably like the speedruns that contain major glitches. I probably like them the least. The speedruns that I like the most are probably the legacy speedruns. I probably prefer the no major glitches speedruns to the major glitches speedruns. I probably prefer the legacy speedruns to the non-legacy speedruns. I probably prefer the 100 prosperity point speedruns to the any speedruns. But I've watched a lot of speedruns for this game, and I've loved doing so. And I think it's from watching speedruns for this game how I found out about the Ice Sanctuary skip, which enables you to enter Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon, even if the Digimon is not a vaccine type. I think it's also how I found out about the Agumon skip at the Olga Fortress, which enables you to skip the 3 Agumons in the Olga Fortress who are not meant to be skippable. They're meant to be a compulsory battle. And also the Goborimon skip at the Great Canyon Bridge, which enables you to skip the Goborimon on the Great Canyon Bridge. Again, I don't think that's meant to be possible. I think you're meant to have to battle him. It's also how I found out about the best way of getting through the Amida Forest. I came to learn about how to get through the Amida Forest and get to being near the end without getting shot, and then being able to get to the exit on the left without getting shot, and getting to the exit in the middle and the exit on the right while getting shot once. And I've really taken advantage of that in a lot of my challenges, because it's enabled me to grind for items at the Amida Forest, mostly mouldy meat, or mostly grinding for a mouldy meat, a happy mushroom and a high speed disc, but usually other items have come with it, and they've been items that I've either been able to hold on to, or items that I've been able to sell. And, you know, the Amida Forest has gone from previously being one of my more dreaded parts of the game to being one of my least dreaded parts of the game, because, you know, previously I didn't know how to effectively get through the Amida Forest, and, you know, it used to be a massive pain trying to get through the Amida Forest and getting shot, but you know, I now know how to get through the Amida Forest a lot more effectively, and it also enables you to farm items at the Amida Forest as well. There's also the invisible bridge skip at the Great Canyon entrance, where it's possible to get from the Great Canyon entrance to the Great Canyon without Yoramon telling you about the invisible bridge. I've seen that in action, but I've never actually tried it myself, and because of that, as things stand, I've never actually done it myself, never used it myself. It's not something that I've even tried before, but I do know of it, and if I was to practice it, then maybe I might be able to pull it off, or maybe I would be terrible at it, I'm not sure. So far, I've been able to successfully do what I've wanted to do without the need of the Great Canyon invisible bridge skip. There's possibly some other stuff that I'm forgetting. You know, in total, there's a lot of, you know, interesting stuff that I've seen the speedrunners do. A lot of interesting techniques that they've used. When catching Machinedramon at the Dragon Eye Lake, there's the glitch that they call the Jesus fishing, where they enter the... I think they enter the Dragon Eye Lake, you know, the one that contains Seadramon, and they then leave, and then they get into a battle against one of the Goborimon just outside, but they are very particular with how they get into the battle with Goborimon. I think they have to get into the battle in a very specific way. I think they have to get into the battle when they are in a very specific position And I think it does require like work and preparation in order to be able to get into the perfect position and get into the battle in the perfect way. But they do what they do and get into the battle with Goborimon, then they flee from the battle, and then it takes them back to the Dragonite Lake, but they are stood on the water instead of stood on the land, and then they can very easily fish for Seadramon and catch him pretty much straight away. It makes catching Seadramon a lot easier, and it also makes it faster, which is ideal when you're speedrunning, because it's all about speed, it's all about time, it's all about what the timer says, it's all about how quickly you get from A to B. You know, how, you know, speed runs are, solely about time, solely about the clock. So the quicker you do something, the better, obviously. And again, the Jesus fishing, as they call it, is something that I'm yet to try. I get kind of intimidated just by watching it. You know, it looks really difficult. It looks like, you know, precision is needed. Yeah, I don't even want to try it because of how difficult it looks. You know, I get intimidated by looking at it. I get, you know, intimidated by the setup and how difficult it looks. You know, it's not something I've even, you know, wanted to try before. Yeah, I've always caught Seadramon the normal way, and I suppose I've done okay from it so far. You know, I don't think I've needed to catch Seadramon the way that the speedrunners do. And it is now year 10, day 11, which should mean that we are now 280, and in which case are now only 20 days away from 10 years. Only 20 days away from 300 days, only 20 days away from year 11, day 1. And I'm starting to think that it might not have been necessary for me to catch the black trouts, which are currently in my inventory, or at the very least it wouldn't have been necessary to have caught as many as I did. I'm thinking that with the Digi-Seabasses that are in our inventory, and the Digi-Seabasses that are in the item bank, and the Chain Melon, which we are going to be getting later into the year, I'm thinking it might be possible to get to year 11, day 1, without needing to do any more fishing, without needing to catch any more Digi-Seabasses, and our age did show as 28, like I thought. But yeah, it might be possible not to need to do any more fishing. We might already have enough resources in place to be able to get to year 11 day 1 without needing any extra Digi-Sea-Basses, without needing any more fishing. And in which case it was unnecessary. I think it might have been unnecessary for me to catch the black trouts that we've got in our inventory. At the very least, it surely wasn't necessary to catch 99. Uh, 12 in our inventory, plus I think 88 in the item bank. That's 100, which would, well, from this exact moment, be enough for another 20 days. And if we are going to be getting a chain melon as well, then it's going to be 21 days. And it's now year 10, day 12. And therefore, I think it's now only 19 days until year 11, day 1. It's looking like more fishing might not be needed. It's looking like the Digi-Sea-Basses that we've got in our inventory and in the item bank, plus the chain melon that we will be getting, might just be enough in order for us to get to year 11, day 1, get to 10 years, get to 300 days, get to when Etamon reaches the age of 300, when, you know, the timer gets to 10 years, 300 days, you know, year 11, day 1, the end of the 10th year, the beginning of the 11th year. I think here onwards we might be okay just to keep on doing what we are doing and not need to return to the Dragon Eye Lake. Even the chain melon might not be necessary, but I would still like to go to the back dimension when it's available and defeat Machinedramon again and get another chain melon. Yeah, I don't just do it for the chain melon, I also do it because I enjoy it and it gives me a bit of a break from all the grinding in the city that I'm having to do. The boring grinding of just getting through each day as quickly as possible. I suppose if I'm right and the catching of the black trouts was unnecessary, then, you know, I could moan about it, or I could just let it go. You know, what's done is done. We can't change what's happened. You know, even if it was a waste of time, it's done now. So, you know, it wasted time in the past, but it's not going to be wasting time in the present, nor is it going to be wasting time in the future. And I suppose we could treat the black trouts as a safety net, just in case something was to go wrong. If, say, we were to end up not getting the medal on year 11, day 1 for whatever reason, and more work needs to be done for whatever reason, then, you know, we would already have black trouts in our inventory, which can be turned into Digi-Sea-Basses, so I guess we could treat it as a safety net. But we'll just have to see. Ideally, we're not going to need them, because ideally we are going to get to Year 11, Day 1, and be presented with the medal, and still have a few Digi-Seabasses left over in our inventory. Has it really been 10 days already since our last visit to the back dimension? It doesn't feel like it's been that long, but it's Year 10, Day 13, and I'm sure that we last went to the back dimension on Year 10, Day 3, which was 10 days ago, and in which case we are midway between our last visit to the back dimension and our next visit to the back dimension, because the last visit was on Year 10, Day 3, meaning that the next visit would be Year 10, Day 23, and we are midway between those two dates. It's Year 10, Day 13, 10 days after the last trip to the back dimension, 10 days until the next trip to the back dimension. It's just, for me, it feels like it's been less than 10 days. But if it was Year 10, Day 3, and is now Year 10, Day 13, then obviously it has been 10 days, and it's another 10 days until the next back dimension visit, Year 10, Day 23. Of course, the most significant date would be Year 11, Day 1. But we have to take things one step at a time, one day at a time. And, before we get to Year 11, Day 1, there are other key dates ahead of us. The next being Year 10, Day 21. That will be when Etamon will reach 290, and we would be just 10 days away from 10 years. So we would be just 10 days away from 300 days, aka 10 years, and should be just 10 days away from the 10-year medal. And then Year 10, Day 23, the day of the next back dimension. And then after that, I suppose the next key date would be the big one, Year 11, Day 1, the day that Etamon would reach the age of 300, the day that we would have been playing for 300 days, which is the equivalent of 10 years, which is when we would get the 10-year medal, presumably speaking. I know year 10, day 1, that marked 90% of progress, and although I'm less sure about what the current percentage is, I mean, if 1 year is 30 days, and if 30 days is 10% of progress, then I suppose a third of 30 would be, I suppose a third of 30 days would be a third of 10% progress. So I suppose that 10 days would equate to 3.3 recurring percent. 3.3 recurring. And in which case, when on year 10, day 11, when we reach the age of 280, surely we then would have been 93.3 recurring percent of the way to the 10-year medal, and then year 10, day 21, I'm thinking, well, year 10, day 21, when we should be 290, I'm thinking that we would then be 96.6 recurring percent of the way there. So I think 10 days of progress is a third of 10% progress. I think that works out that every 3 days is 1% of progress towards the 10-year medal. Well, thinking about it and doing the maths won't make the days go by any more quickly. You know, it might give you a clearer idea of how much progress has been made and how much more progress needs to be made, you know, how much work you've done, how much more work needs to be done. But it won't make the days go by any more quickly. We are about to wake up on year 10, day 15, which I suppose is about midway through the year, midway through year 10, midway through the 10th year, and I suppose that we now only have about half a year left to go. I'm thinking in 15 days time it would be year 10, day 30, 1 day short of year 11, day 1. So I suppose we've got 16 days left to go. Just imagine if our stats didn't have limits. You know, if HP and MP were not capped at 9,999, if attack, defense, speed and brains were not capped at 999, our Etamon would be one heck of a musclehead, considering the amount of attack training that he's done since our attack had got up to 999. Because even with our stats being at the maximum, I chose to train as a fast way of passing the time. And well, if I was, and it was attack that I continued to train. And yeah, if our stats didn't have limits, then yeah, Etamon would be one heck of a musclehead. I think he'd have the physique of the men who you get on World's Strongest Man. Yeah, the men on like World's Strongest Man who lift like, you know, really intense weights and, you know, like carry like really heavy things, and their arms are so muscly that they look like they've got boulders inside of their arms. It looks like that they've got like, you know, skin covering boulders because of how like big their muscles are. I think Etamon would probably look a lot like that. Yeah, I think his arms would be a lot bigger and a lot bulkier. I think his torso would be a lot bigger, a lot bulkier. His legs, you know, he would look like, he would look like the people, the men on like World's Strongest Man. I'm not entirely sure, like, what is the highest amount of damage that can be done from a standard attack. Yeah, we're not talking about finishes, we're talking about, you know, the regular attacks, the, you know, techniques. I'm not sure what is the highest amount of damage that can possibly be done. But when you think about type advantages that certain natures have, I think Thunderbolt is the technique that you would be able to do the most damage with, providing that it's used against the right opponent. You know, used against a Digimon who, you know, air would work really well against. When I think about the challenges that I've done for this game and like practice runs that I've done, we're not talking about things that have been recorded, just, you know, practice runs that I've done which haven't been recorded. I seem to recall a time where I was battling against the Machinedramon at the Mount Infinity, and I think that some of his Thunderbolts did as much as about 2,000 damage against me. I'm thinking that with, say, maximum attack and Thunderbolt, and using it against a Digimon who air would be really effective against, and a Digimon who has low defense, I'm thinking it would be possible to do over 2,000 damage. I'm just not sure how much over. This is, of course, without any like programming or coding or anything like that. I mean, if you were to like hack the game and change how powerful techniques are, change it so that each technique has the power of 999. At the moment, I think Thunderbolt's power is 586. But if you were to change it so that every technique had the power of 999, then, you know, you would be able to do even more damage. We could be talking maybe over 3,000. I'm really not sure. But that's just talking about techniques. When it comes to finishes, you know, I believe that even more damage would be possible. There was a time when I was doing... I mentioned about the no attacks challenge that I did for this game, where I was only allowed to inflict damage upon opposing Digimon by using finishes. And when I battled the Etamon at the native forest, you know, the Etamon battle, the Etamon recruit, I had Greymon as my Digimon, and I defeated Etamon with 2 finishes, and both finishes did over 4,000 damage, and one of them even did over 4,500. And I have a separate YouTube video of that fight because of how powerful the finishes were and how surprised I was by the amount of damage that the finishes did. I think my attack was high. I don't know if it was like at the absolute maximum or close to the maximum, but I do seem to recall my attack being very high, and the finish did, the finishes did over 4,000 damage, and finishes have like set power like techniques do, and if you were to alter the power of the finishes by like hacking the game and changing the power of each finish to 999, then I'm thinking that it would be possible for finishes to do 9,999 damage, because of the fact that I managed to do over 4,000 damage with Greymon's finishes, and I think the power for Greymon's finish is under 200, and in which case, if you were to change it to 999 and have 999 attack and use the finish, and when you are using a finish, fill up the gorge thing, which affects how powerful the finish is going to be, then I'm thinking that the finish would probably do 9,999 damage. I assume that there's I assume that it would be capped so that it couldn't, so that I'm thinking the damage would probably be capped at 9,999, even if you had enough power to do more than 9,999. I'm thinking it would be capped at 9,999 and wouldn't be able to do damage beyond that. But if it's possible to remove if there is a limit, and if it's possible to remove the limit by hacking the game, then who knows how much damage you might do. Tens of thousands, I'm thinking. Even though DG Dimension is the strongest technique in the game, which I think does about 720 or so, Machine doesn't have the type advantages that Air has, and that's why there's the potential for Thunderbolt to do more damage than DG Dimension, even though Thunderbolt's power is 586, which is less than the power of DG Dimension, but the type advantages that Air can have can make it possible for Thunderbolt to do more damage than DG Dimension. But you have to, use Thunderbolt against the right Digimon in order to have the, typing advantage. I have a feeling that Filth Digimon are not vulnerable to air. I have a feeling that air against Filth Digimon does less damage than what it's meant to do. Because I'm sure I remember in my, the Sukamon, when I think about some of the videos I've done, I'm sure I remember having a Sukamon with maximum stats and fighting Machinedramon at either the back dimension or Mount Infinity, and the Thunderbolt only doing 400 and something. Well, maybe it wasn't Machinedramon, but I'm sure I was against a Digimon who had maximum attack. I had Sukamon and maximum stats, and Thunderbolt only did 400 and something. Which I think is less than what Thunderbolt would do if it was against a type that air is neutral against. If it was against a type that air is strong against, then yeah, Thunderbolt would do even more. But for Thunderbolt to have only done like 400 and something, and for the Digimon's attack to have been at the maximum, I'm thinking that Filth Digimon might be resistant to air, because I feel like Thunderbolt should have done more damage than that. So, not only can types be vulnerable to certain types, but I think there are resistances as well. I think that some types are resistant to certain types. Like in my experiences, air doesn't seem to work very well against filth. Battle doesn't seem to work very well against machine. Battle doesn't seem to work very well against air. But then there's been the opposite, where fire seems to work particularly well against plant Digimon and insectoid Digimon. And also fire seems to work particularly well against ice Digimon. I suppose Earth Digimon pretty much covers what I said about fire Digimon being strong against plant Digimon or insectoid Digimon. I think fire works well against Earth Digimon and Ice Digimon. I think air works well against machine Digimon and battle Digimon, and possibly air Digimon themselves. Because when I've been against air Digimon, air techniques seem to work more effectively than other techniques, or at least in my experiences. But yes, even though it's not made very clear, when it comes to types, there are advantages and disadvantages. Some types are effective against certain types. Some types are not so effective against certain types. There are, strengths and weaknesses, like there is with Pokemon. You've got strengths and weaknesses with Pokemon. I think, strengths and weaknesses apply in Digimon as well, but I think Digimon are less obvious about it. I think they make it less clear. I think they are less in your face about it. Because with Pokemon, it's pretty much spelled out to you. With Digimon, I feel like it's not mentioned, but from playing the game, you can see for yourselves that, you know, certain types do more damage against certain types than other certain types. My happiness and discipline went up when I fed him. I must have been a bit too quick with feeding him. I must have fed him before he started showing us the food bubble. Hopefully that won't matter. But yeah, with Digimon, you have to sort of observe in order to realise that there's strengths and weaknesses among types. But with Pokemon, it's pretty much they pretty much spell it out to you, making it a lot easier to know. Well, you can't really not know, to be honest. With Pokemon, you can't really not know that there are strengths and weaknesses. I was saying about how the 10 days from year 5, sorry, the 10 days from year 10, day 3 to year 10, day 13 felt like they went by really quickly. Although I can't help but I have to say, the next 10 days after that, the 10 days from year 10, day 13 to year 10, day 23, I feel like those 10 days are going by a lot more slowly. Because we are still not at year 10, day 23, still got a few days left to go, and so I kind of feel like these 10 days are going by more slowly than the previous 10 days. That might just be down to the fact that we are getting closer to year 11, day 1, getting closer to, well, firstly, you know, getting closer to the back dimension, getting closer to, you know, what should be our final trip to the back dimension, our final battle against Machinedramon, our final chain melon, as well as getting closer to year 11, day 1, which should be the end of the challenge, should be when we get given the 10-year medal. Maybe excitement has something to do with it, maybe eagerness has something to do with it, you know, where I'm getting closer to the targets. Maybe subjectively it feels like it's going slower, feels like time's going slower, because, you know, maybe I'm eager to reach the deadlines, maybe I'm excited about making the milestones, and maybe it just feels like time is going by more slowly. Because in real life, when you're waiting for something and you're eager for it to come around, and, you know, you're excited, you're looking forward to it. You know, it's common for time to feel like it's going by more slowly, and particularly like the final day, the final night, that can really drag. Yeah, that can really feel like it's going on forever. And if I think about, you know, when I was a child and when I used to get excited about Christmas, the Christmas period would always go by slowly, and then the final day, you know, Christmas Eve, you know, the day of Christmas Eve, and then the night where you would go from Christmas Eve to Christmas Day, you know, that went by very slowly because of how excited that I used to get. But I regret to say that Christmas, for me, lost its spark when I was about 8. I haven't gotten excited about Christmas since I was about 8 years old, and so, you know, as an older child, I didn't get excited about Christmas, and as I got even older, I started to dislike Christmas, and you know, I can say that, you know, now as an adult, I really don't like Christmas. I mean, I liked it when I was a very young child, but didn't like it as a less young child. Yeah, and I've just sort of grown to resent it. You know, I really don't like Christmas. Year 10, day 21. I think we have been at it for 290 days. I think that Etamon's age will show as 29, which is 290, and that we have seen it through 290 days. That's 290 out of 300. I think that we have just 10 more days to see through. Just 10 more days until 300 days. Just 10 more days until 10 years. Just 10 more days until year 11, day 1. Just 10 more days until the 10-year medal. Just 10 more days until the end of the challenge. And as a smaller thing to comment on, 2 days until year 10, day 23, 2 days until Analog Man should be available again for another rematch at the back dimension. So the day after tomorrow, we should be heading to the back dimension and challenging Machinedramon and getting what should be our last chain melon of the challenge. I know that a lot of people love Christmas. You know, a lot of people get really excited about it. You know, for a lot of people, it's their favourite time of the year, and they might not like, you know, hearing me talk negatively about Christmas, but I can only be honest. You know, I don't like Christmas. The only times I did like Christmas when I was a child, you know, the only times that I liked it and got excited about it was when I believed in Father Christmas. That created, that for me, created something really special. It made Christmas really special, you know, the belief in Father Christmas and the reindeers and everything. You know, I got really excited about Christmas, but I was 8 years old when my mum told me the truth and told me that there is no Father Christmas, there are no reindeers, there are no elves, and that the presents that I get at Christmas were from my mum and stepdad every year, that they would buy the presents and wrap them up, and then the presents would be from them, not Father Christmas. And well, Christmas has just never been the same since. Like, even though that Christmas would still come around and we would still, and even though, like, as a child, you know, Christmas would still come around, I would still get presents, I would still get Christmas cards, you know, there would still be Christmas music and decorations and Christmas TV programs and Christmas dinner and stuff. It was just never the same. Just knowing that Father Christmas wasn't real, and that, you know, he wasn't behind it, and that it was just my mum and stepdad all along, and that for every child it was just their parents all along. It was just, for me, it was just never the same. It's like, I remember, like, I didn't know that I would no longer get excited about Christmas. You know, I made it through the year thinking that I would get excited about Christmas like I would any other year, but when the Christmas period came around, I didn't get excited. When Christmas came around, I didn't get excited, and I've honestly never gotten excited about Christmas since. And I think that as I've gotten even older, as well as not liking Christmas, I've gone on to really dislike it and resent it. And I think that's probably because of the fact that it used to be special, but isn't anymore. Like, it used to be special to me, but isn't anymore. I used to get excited about it, but don't anymore. You know, I think that that's just led to me resenting Christmas even more, resenting the Christmas period even more, and really, you know, not liking Christmas. And, you know, for me, Christmas Day is one of the harder days of the year, and, you know, I don't like to, when it's Christmas Day, I don't like to talk about Christmas, I don't like to comment on it, I don't like people to wish me a happy Christmas. I just try to get through the day as quickly as possible. I'm okay with the new year. You know, I don't mind, you know, coming to the end of one year and the beginning of another year. I quite like the New Year countdown and the fireworks. So, you know, I don't mind the new year. I quite like the new year, in fact. And there's other days that I'm just indifferent about. You know, like Bonfire Night, Halloween, Valentine's Day, Easter. You know, I feel indifferent about those days. It's Christmas that I don't like. And I also don't like birthdays either, because when I was under the age of 18, I got really excited about birthdays. Like each birthday, I was 1 year older, one step closer to becoming an adult. You know, to me, I felt like I was getting more grown up each time, you know, getting bigger and older each time, getting, you know, every time getting one step closer to no longer being a child and being an adult instead. And, well, I said that Christmas lost its spark when I was about 8, and well, for me, Christmas lost its spark when I was about 8, and birthdays lost their spark for me when I was about 17, because I remember liking my 17th birthday and getting excited about it, but my 18th birthday was particularly difficult because very soon before my 18th birthday, one of my best friends passed away, which for me was really devastating. And not only that, but I had made plans to do great things with this friend on my birthday, but those things ended up not happening because the friend was no longer alive. And, you know, as well as grieving over the loss of one of my best friends, my birthday itself, my 18th birthday, turned out to be really crap because of the fact that the things that I had planned to do, I couldn't do, and I didn't really have anything reserved. So, you know, the birthday turned out to be a massive disappointment. And then every birthday since then, I've not gotten excited about, because as an adult, birthdays have just never been the same. Because I feel like birthdays are no longer like a milestone. Like when I was a child, you know, the birthdays felt like milestones. They were, you know, getting like a step closer to being an adult. You know, I felt like I had something to gain. But then after being an adult, I felt like I wasn't gaining anything from my birthdays. I felt like there wasn't really any point. You know, whether I was 18 or 19 or 20 or 21 or whatever, it didn't really feel any different. Birthdays didn't really feel like they had any kind of... They didn't really feel like they had any kind of point. And yeah, I, as an adult, I haven't gotten excited about a single birthday. I think I might have gotten excited about my 18th birthday, but that all fell apart when my friend passed away, and yeah, my 18th birthday was a massive disappointment. and you know, since then I can't recall ever getting excited about a birthday. I can't recall ever looking forward to a birthday. I can't recall ever enjoying a birthday. So yeah, that's me. And well, I mean, for the same reason as resenting Christmas, I've come to resent birthdays because of the fact that it used to be special but isn't anymore. You know, that's led to me resenting birthdays. You know, I don't like Christmas, I don't like birthdays. They are two tough days for me. But the other key days of the year I generally feel indifferent about. I don't really, you know, I can't say I dislike Easter or dislike Halloween. Yeah, I just generally feel indifferent about the days. Well, enough talk about that. It is now year 10, day 23. We spoke to Digimon, who mentioned about Analog Man, and we are now heading to the back dimension, and hopefully for the last time in this challenge. Not because I don't like going to the back dimension and fighting Machinedramon, but because I want the challenge to be done. And if my understanding is correct, we will reach the end of this challenge before the back dimension would be available again. Because if it's year 10, day 23, then surely the next back dimension would be year 11, day 13. But hopefully we would be done with the challenge before then, because hopefully the challenge will end on year 11, day 1. Hopefully we will get the 10-year medal, and then that would be challenge complete, challenge successful, end of challenge. I don't know what's with all of these sneezes, but I've been sneezing a fair bit lately. Okay, the back dimension is here at the Ogre Fortress, which should mean that the items have respawned and will be available to us for collecting. Okay, looks that way to me. And it looks like our last battle against Machinedramon of this challenge is going to be at the Olga Fortress. Can we avoid the Tekkamon? Yes. Huh. But we don't avoid the Rockmon. Well, at least it's gotten the Tankmon out of the way. There is another Tankmon, but he's in a position where he shouldn't be a problem. I think the only way you would get into a battle with him is if you intentionally ran into him. The other Tankmon was more of a problem because of the risk of running into him when trying to get to the item chip. Why does he continue to do full power? His stats can't get any higher. Of course, if the back dimension was to not be at the Olga Fortress and the items were to not be available, then you wouldn't have to worry about the Tekkamon or the Tankmon, because there would be no need to go near them, because there'd be no need to go to where the items would be if there are no items there. And I suppose the Rockmon would probably be more avoidable as well. Digimon says that he heard we beat Machinedramon. And where did he hear that from exactly? Did he hear it from Angemon? Airdramon? One of the baby Digimon? Yeah, where did he hear it from? I mean, he says that he heard that we beat Machinedramon, but he doesn't say where he heard it from. Nonetheless, news seems to travel quickly. Yeah, wherever Digimon gets his news from, the news does seem to travel quickly. Okay, so year 10, day 23 is about to be history. Year 10, day 21 was already history. This is year 10, day 24. And I suppose we are 7 days away from year 11, day 1. In the real world, 7 days might also be known as 1 week. But there are no weeks in the Digimon world. You know, we've got 7 days left to get through. Which is slightly under a quarter of a year. And, well, if my calculations are right, and we do have enough Digi-Seabasses in order to see through the rest of the days and get to year 11, day 1, and if we are presented with the 10-year medal on year 11, day 1, then there isn't really anything else to do for the rest of this challenge apart from stay in the city and keep doing what we are doing. Keep training, keep resting, keep sleeping, keep giving, keep feeding our Digimon, keep treating sickness when our Digimon gets sick, keep items topped up, keep going to Vegemon for sirloins, just keep doing what I'm doing. I shouldn't need to leave the city. I shouldn't need to go to the Dragon Eye Lake. I shouldn't need to go to the back dimension. I shouldn't be able to go to the back dimension. Just keep doing what we're doing, and hopefully we will see to the rest of this challenge and be successful with it. And I still don't want to say whether or not I do get the 10-year medal. I'd want that to come as a surprise. I would want you viewers to wait and see. But if I was to reflect on this challenge, then it certainly has proven to be a very intense challenge. It has taken quite a long time. It has taken quite a lot of work, quite a lot of hard work. It has required me to do a lot of unpleasant stuff, unpleasant grinding, such as all of the fish that I've had to catch, all of the days that I've had to live through, all of the arena tournaments that I've had to win, all of the techniques that I've had to learn, and the battles that I had to get into in order to learn those techniques. It has been painful at times. It has been difficult at times, I've had to work hard at times. But so far I've been successful with everything, and I should imagine that I will be successful with the last hurdle, the 10-year medal, and should be successful with everything that I possibly could have succeeded at. I knew that I wouldn't succeed with the medal for Digivolving to every Digimon, but it's looking like I will be successful with all of the other medals. And I'm not great at this game. I'm not great at gaming in general. There's a lot of things I struggle with, a lot of things I find hard. But I do enjoy gaming. I do enjoy the videos that I do, the challenges that I take on, the videos that I upload. I enjoy sharing the videos and getting, receiving views, receiving feedback, and it's always nice when a challenge gets enjoyed and people comment saying that they enjoyed watching a certain challenge. It's always nice when something goes down well with viewers. It's always nice to get viewers. I'm not particularly good at these games. I think I just try hard, put a lot of work in, put a lot of practice in, and I enjoy what I do, and I feel satisfied and accomplished when I succeed at something. And I share these videos hoping that other people will like them, and if you do like watching these videos, then that's great, and it would be great to hear feedback from you if you are willing to share feedback. If you're not so keen on these challenges, or certain elements of these challenges, or if there's things that I do that you're not very keen on, things that you think could be done better, then again, I would love to hear from you if you have feedback, regardless of whether it's positive feedback or negative feedback. It's all useful. Of all the ways in which you could have spent your time, I'm very grateful that you chose to devote your time to me, that you chose to spend your time watching a video that I've done, watching videos of mine. So, I would like to thank you, viewers, for the time that you have devoted to me. I would like to thank you for taking the time to watch my videos, and if you take the extra step of taking the time to also provide me with feedback, then that would be even more appreciated. you know, I enjoy what I do, and I hope that other people will enjoy watching what I do. Most people don't watch my videos. You know, my videos generally get a low number of views. Out of all the people who watch gaming videos on YouTube, you know, the ones who watch my videos account for a very small minority, which is okay. You know, what I do can't appeal to everybody. I can't be known to everybody, I can't appeal to everybody, and you know, even if the whole world knew about me, I imagine only a minority of them would enjoy my content enough in order to follow me. But yeah, I enjoy doing what I do. I hope that other people enjoy watching what I do. You know, I do try hard. You know, I try hard to make... I try hard to be successful with what I do, and yeah, I try to do stuff that I think would be interesting to some people. You know, I try to do stuff that I think people will want to watch, and you know, if you've watched this challenge and if you've liked it, then yeah, that is great, and all I can do is, you know, thank you for choosing to devote your time to me, and I can only hope that if you've watched other stuff of mine, or if you choose to watch other stuff of mine in the future, then I can only hope that the experiences are positive. Yeah, it's a two-way thing, really. I mean, I devote time to viewers by taking the time to do these challenges, taking the time to record and upload videos which people watch, and you know, viewers also devote time to me by watching the videos, yeah, I can only thank, you know, those of you that do devote time to me, and I can only hope that you like what you see. And if you've watched the whole of this challenge and you're still watching it now, then presumably you have liked it, you know, presumably you have enjoyed it, because if you didn't like it, if you didn't enjoy it, then surely you would have stopped watching. You know, surely you wouldn't still be watching, surely you would have stopped watching by now. But, you know, if you are still watching, then, you know, I'm guessing that you've liked it, and that is a good thing. You know, I don't get paid for what I do. You know, I don't have enough viewers or subscribers in order to make a career out of gaming. You know, it is a hobby, and only a hobby. I have over 1,000 YouTube videos, and I haven't received one single penny for any of those videos, but it's not about money. It never has been, it never will be. You know, I don't get paid, and I don't think I ever will do either. I think that it's always going to be a hobby, it's always going to be about trying to have a good time and try to provide other people with a good time. You know, I plan to continue to do gaming videos as a hobby because I like what I do, and I think that there are, you know, some people who do you know, generally follow my content, and for as long as there's people who, you know, watch these videos and enjoy watching them, then it's, you know, it's worth continuing to do these videos. Not only because I like it, but because there are other people who like it as well, because even if I don't get a tremendous amount of views or comments or ratings or anything like that, I still do get some views and ratings and comments, and that would suggest that, you know, there are some people who do like my content, and I'm very flattered, I'm very pleased, and you know, if you're watching this and you've, you know, watched the whole of this challenge so far, then I would like to thank you for watching this challenge. I would like to thank you for taking the time to watch a video of mine, and if you watch the remainder of this challenge, then I would like to thank you for that as well, and I can only hope that you will like the remainder of this challenge, and that you will like, and that your overall experience with this challenge, I hope, has been a positive one. That video, Machinedramon lives to 100, it looks like we are going to do 3 times better than that. It looks like we are going to have an Etamon who is going to live to 300. I suppose I could do a separate video, you know, a video where I just draw attention to the fact that I've got an Etamon who's 300, an Etamon who's lived to 300, but I can't say I've got a tremendous urge to do that. I know I did the video Machinedramon lives to 100, but I don't think I've got much urge to do a video Etamon lives to 300. And I certainly don't think I've got any urge to try and make Etamon live any older than he has to. I don't think I've, you know, got any urge to make Etamon live beyond 300 if there's no need for it. I think that as far as this challenge is concerned, this video is the last that you will be hearing of it. I don't think there's going to be any other videos which have any sort of connection to this challenge. year 10, day 27, about to become year 10, day 28. I think that is just 3 days left. 3 days remaining, which would cost 15 Digi-Sea-Basses, which is 12 less than what we had at the start of this game. Sorry, at the start of this day. We entered the day with 27 Digi-Sea-Basses, which I think is 12 more than what would be needed in order to get to year 11, day 1. So it looks like we've got more than enough Digi-Sea-Basses, and I think that we have made it to 297 days out of 300 days, leaving just 3 days left. 3 days out of 300 days. I think that leaves us with just 1% left. I think that we have gone 99% of the way with the 10-year medal. I think that we've only got 1% progress left in order to get to 10 years, in order to get the 10-year medal. I think, you know, being down by 297 days and having 3 days left, I think that is us down by 99% and having just 1% left. And when we get to the end of this day and sleep, it will then be even less. It will be even less than 1%. You know, I think that when we sleep today and wake up tomorrow, I think that we will be more than 99% of the way there and have less than 1% of the way left to go. And I do think that on year 10, day 30, when Etamon wants to sleep, instead of sleeping and saving, I think it might be better to go to Digimon's house and save, and then sleep, and only sleep, wake up on what should be year 11, day 1, and hopefully get a medal. And if we do get a medal, then save. And if we don't get a medal, then ponder and think about and try to, you know, think about why we don't have a medal and what we might have done wrong, what we might not have done that needs to be done, and try and, you know, hope that it can be put right and that the 10-year medal will be obtainable. I just don't want to sleep on year 10, day 30 and save while sleeping and then have something go terribly wrong, you know, wake up and not be given a medal and realise that we went wrong somehow. You know, I would rather save before sleeping and then sleep and only sleep, so that then we can enter year 11, day 1, and then, you know, only save if we get the medal. don't save if we don't get the medal and if something seems to have gone wrong. I just feel a bit safer doing things that way. You know, enter year 11, day 1 in a way where we are not saving while entering the day, just in case something was to go wrong. You know, save first, then sleep and only sleep, and then, you know, enter the day in a way where you're not saving while entering the day. Because if something does go wrong, hopefully we would be able to reload and put it right. Because by reloading, we would be taken back to year 10, day 30. And hopefully we would be able to put things right if things go wrong, put things right if things need to be put right, put things right if things can be put right. The last thing I want to do is to just shoot myself in the foot and, you know, completely screw myself over on the very final hurdle. We are forever getting closer. It's not day 28 anymore, it's now day 29, and we are a fair way into day 29. I think it's just over 4 hours until Etamon will want to sleep, and by letting him sleep, that will take us through to year 10, day 30, which will hopefully be the final day. Hopefully, on year 10, day 30, we will be just 1 day away from the final medal, 1 day away from challenge complete. So it's farewell to year 10, day 29. Hello to year 10, day 30. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that the final medal is less than 24 hours away. Well, I mean, when we wake up tomorrow, we will wake up on this hour tomorrow, which is in 24 hours time. But what I mean is that the end of this day will technically be at midnight, and when we woke up on 4 AM, midnight was less than 24 hours away. Midnight was 20 hours away, and now it's even less than 20 hours away. I suppose we should think of 6 PM as the key time, because that is the time in which Etamon should want to sleep, and by sleeping it will take us from this day to the next day, which should mean taking us from year 10 day 30 to year 11 day 1, and then we should be presented with a medal straight after waking up. Normally I would sleep next to Digimon, but since I'm going to be going into Digimon's house when Etamon wants to sleep, and saving and then letting Etamon sleep, I'm going to be sleeping inside of Digimon's house instead, and that's why I went to Digimon and grabbed the sirloins there and then, because I don't plan on sleeping next to Digimon tonight, even though I normally would do. (1 PM), we are into the second half of this day. We are more than half of the way through this day. It's only just over 10 hours until midnight, only just over 4 hours until 6 PM. Okay, it is now 2 PM, only 4 hours until Etamon should want to sleep, make that 3 hours. Two hours. 1 hour. Etamon wants to sleep. Less importantly, he also wants to eat and wants the toilet, but let's not worry. Well, I mean, let's feed him and take him to the toilet, but then let's focus on going to Digimon's house and saving and then letting Etamon sleep. But we should be about to enter year 11 day 1, and we should, in which case we should be awarded a medal. His age is shown as 29, but I think it's 299. There are 2 medals missing. One is definitely unobtainable. It said we've only had 1 raised Digimon. I've been playing for 85 hours. This is where we sleep. Congratulations for your achievement. Here is a medal. Year 11, day 1. The items in my inventory obviously haven't changed. You can see my status. Age is now shown as 30, which is 300. And we have 14 medals, still only one raised Digimon. There it is, the 10th year since starting. It's been 10 years, it's been 300 days. We have all 14 of the medals, which were going to be obtainable in this challenge. That brings us to the end of the challenge. That is challenge complete, challenge successful, and I once again would like to thank everybody for watching and hope that you enjoyed watching this challenge. I am just re-showing you the medals. Obviously the cards is complete. Haven't had too many Digivolutions, only one raised Digimon. This is where we save.